Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, in which you can learn about the radical, life-changing, and potentially world-changing ideas of Ayn Rand, a novelist and philosopher who wrote the bestsellers Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. It is Friday, November 28th, 2025, Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. This is a show on which you can not only learn about Ayn Rand's ideas, but you can also participate through the chat on YouTube or by calling in. I have a link posted in the chat as well as a phone number. So if you would like to shape the show, I invite you to do so. I see we already have one person in the chat. Simon, hello to you. He says, hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Thank you. Same to you. It was largely a normal day for me. I didn't do anything really out of the ordinary, but I did do a lot of reading about immigration in particular, and that's why I put immigration in my title for today's show. I thought that's something that we could talk about, but I do want to give priority to topics that you all are interested in. So if there's anything you would like to chat about, I invite you to raise it in the chat. But until I get some chats, maybe I will start talking about immigration. So, what does that have to do with Ayn Rand's philosophy? First of all, well, you might think it's part of freedom. Freedom is certainly something that Ayn Rand was in favor of. Many people say they're in favor of freedom, but what does freedom mean exactly? Ayn Rand had a specific view of that. She thought freedom meant the absence of coercion. In other words, the absence of the initiation of physical force. So you can act on your own judgments without being physically interfered with by someone else. And part of what that means is you're free to move as you choose, as long as you're not violating anyone else's freedom or rights. So you can't just move onto someone's private property without their consent. But if you do have their consent, then you should be able to, and they should be able to have you on their private property if they so choose. So if you are an immigrant and you would like to move to the United States and someone from the United States invites you to be on their private property to live there, maybe it's a landlord who wants to rent you a room. Maybe there's also an employer who wants to hire you. Well, it should be allowed, right? This is all voluntary. It involves you going on other people's property, but you have the consent to do that. Someone agrees voluntarily to hire you for work and to be a tenant at their property that you're renting, or maybe it's a house you're buying, but it's all voluntary. So freedom would entail that people should be able to come here and do these things. But there's a lot of opposition to immigration out there. And it goes back to at least the 19th century. So What I was reading about recently were immigration laws, and the um, the first anti-immigration law, or at least I don't know if it was the very first, but maybe the first main anti-immigration law was the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which forbade Chinese people from immigrating. And there were some exceptions to this. Like if you were Chinese diplomats, and maybe a few other exceptions. But for the most part, Chinese people were forbidden from immigrating, or at least from becoming citizens. But I think it was immigrating. And for the next few decades, I think there were no more major restrictions on immigration. So people from Europe were still free to immigrate. But starting in the 1920s, there were more restrictions put on who could immigrate. There were quotas. So in 1920 or 21, there was something called the Emergency Quota Act, which put some kind of limits. I think it was 3% of the 1890 census, only 3%. So if from each country, so if in, I don't know what the numbers were, but just to make something up, let's say that in the 1890 census of America, there were 100,000 people from Germany. And that would mean that starting in the 1920s, only 3% of that number could immigrate per year. I think it was a annual limitation. So 3% of 100,000 would be 3,000. So starting in 1920 or 1921, only 3,000 Germans could immigrate per year. If there were 600,000 from a given country in the 1890 census, let's say it was determined that there were 600,000 people from Italy in the 1890 census, that would mean that in the starting in 1920 or 21 with this Emergency Quota Act, only 3% of that number. So that would be 600,000, sorry, 6,000. That's 3% of 200,000. I think I got that right. Because, right, 100,000, 3% of that is 3,000. So double that. If there were 200,000, was that the example? That's what I meant to say. If there were 200,000 Italians in 1890, then 3% of that would be 6,000 Italians per year. So there were these numerical quota limits put on people on Europeans. It wasn't just the Chinese anymore. It was now also the Europeans. And it's often said that the intention of the act was to exclude people who were regarded as undesirable. So I believe there was a racist sort of sentiment in the country, in the, at least among a segment of the country in the late 19th century and early 20th century. And they wanted to preserve the racial stock as it was. And what that meant is a majority of people from with Northern or Western European ancestry, and not so many people, not as much not as many immigrants from Eastern or Southern Europe. They were looked down upon by a segment of the population. And since the country was majority Northern or Western European people of that ancestry, to preserve that, these limits were put in place based on the 1890 census. So if they wanted to keep the proportions of the population roughly the same, so they put these numerical limits in place starting in the 1920s. And then those quotas, they were changed a bit. I think a few years later it was changed from 3% to 2% of the population. I've gotten the I've got the exact data written down somewhere. Maybe I'll go to it later, but I just want to give a basic idea right now. And there was also a maximum cap of 150,000 people per year. So I think that was far less. That allowed for far fewer immigrants per year than had been allowed previously. And the the laws have changed. There was over the decades, so there was a revision to it in the 1950s, 1951 or 52. There was another Immigration Act, and then a further revision in 1965. And and also in 1990, and I can't remember all the changes that were made in each of these new laws, but I do know that the current law is such that there are only, I think, 675,000 slots per year open to people who want to immigrate permanently, as opposed to just work temporarily. I think many more people than that can get work visas or student visas, tourist visas. But if we're talking about people who want to live here permanently, that number is limited to 675,000, at least of what you might call primary immigrants. You can also have families brought over. So, and there are no limits on that. So if you're a family, if you get to be one of the 675,000 people who can immigrate, and then you want to bring your family over, your kids or your parents or your wife, your spouse, then there's not a limit on the number of people who are coming for the purposes of family reunification. But setting aside that, there are there's limits on how many people can come in per year, and I don't think there should be. I think it should be unlimited. I don't think there's any reason to limit the number of people who can come in per year, but that's something we can discuss. And there are other issues having to do with immigration other than just the sheer number of people. I think it's very bureaucratic, even for the people who are one of the 675,000. I think it can often be a very too difficult of a process for them to become immigrants and get their green card. That's what they get when they finally become legal permanent residents. But if you want to discuss immigration, debate immigration, I welcome that. Let me come back to the chat, see if there's anything new. No, I don't see any new chats. Just the two from Simon. So I need you all to participate for this show to work, or else I might run out of content. So mostly I'm here to engage with people who are here live. I don't typically have a lot of topics I want to discuss in advance. So I definitely encourage your participation. I'm just coming over to my analytics right now to see how many people have dropped by. All right, I see a few more people have joined. A couple likes. Thanks for those. So, what do you all want to talk about? What are you interested in? What would you like to hear about? I have a lot of topics on my background here, which might stimulate some ideas. Reason, egoism, and capitalism. Those are some core ideas that Ayn Rand was in favor of. Atheism, free will. There's a lot to her philosophy. So, if there's anything among those topics you're interested in, let me know and we can talk about them. I could look more at my notes about immigration and say some more about that. I'm not sure if that would be of interest to people, though. So I do want to match what I'm interested in with your interests and hopefully find some overlap there. So it'll be helpful to me if you let me know. I did make a post on immigration recently on Facebook, which was only 4 words long. It said, "How about open borders?" And there were many replies to that post. Maybe one thing I could do on today's show is go through some of those replies. There was one in particular that was interested in. So one person, in response to my post that said, "How about open borders?" One person was arguing that open borders is not the right way to think about immigration. It somehow frames the issue in the wrong way. And I'm going to that person's post right now. Maybe it'd be better just to show it on screen. Steve Rogers, he was the person who made this comment. Okay, I'll go. I guess I'll go to that post now and I'll share that comment. All right, so there is my post. How about open borders? And then there were many comments on it, 72 comments. And people took different sides of it. Some people say they're all for it, no borders, no wall. Other people have a different perspective, like Robert Nacier, who is sometimes on my chat. He didn't say open borders, he says closed borders, but open immigration and in quotas. And this person asks, Catherine asks, what does closed borders, open immigration look like? And there's an answer from Robert there. Okay, so people are giving different answers. But here's the one from Steve Rogers, which I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. But um, maybe I'll get a better handle on it now looking at it again. But I see someone has just entered the waiting room on Zoom. I don't know who it is. Someone has called in. Could you let me know in the YouTube chat if who, who that is. I want to go to my, let's see, what screen do I want to share now? Oh, yes. Oh, I guess I didn't want to, I can just click on this for now. Oh, Linda Cordair says, greetings from Jackson, Wyoming. Glad I caught you. Nice. Uh, glad you could be here, Linda. Maybe that was you who called in. Jason says, happy Thanksgiving weekend in the chat. Same to you, Jason. Happy Thanksgiving. Actually, this I can look up the area code of the person who called in and see if that helps me identify who it is. Linda says, this country was founded on immigration. Make it easier. Problem solved. I'm sympathetic to that. I definitely think it should be made easier. Oh, she says it was not her who called in, but she can call in if I like. Okay, well, let me give this person at least another minute. Maybe I'll take the call even if I don't know who it is, but I want to give another minute to see if this person identifies him or herself in the chat. But let me just look up the area code. I think it shows there's a 1 at the beginnings, but that might just be the country code. Here, I'm not sharing my screen now, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Have I seen Quint's immigration poem? Yes, I did. He posted that in my in this thread I had up here a minute ago. Maybe I'll show that a bit later. I'm just going to make sure I have my Zoom settings correct so that if I take this call, it'll go smoothly. All right, I'm going to try to chat to this person in Zoom. All right, I just wrote hello in the Zoom chat. I want to see if this person responds to me. I don't see anything yet. I like to have some idea of who is trying to call in before I take the call because sometimes it's a troll and I like to screen out trolls. Okay, maybe I can do one other thing to try to get a reply to this person from this person. All right, I just admitted the person on Zoom, but the person is muted.
I don't think I am. Am I muted?
Oh, now you're muted. I just muted you. I don't know why you weren't muted to begin with, but I was trying to talk to you in the chat. If could you can you see the chat on Zoom? Can you say something in the Zoom chat? Oh, well now, how do I, why isn't it, now I'm not seeing a way to contact this person through my Zoom chat. Oh, I think maybe this is what I need. Okay. I just typed, can you see this chat? All right, maybe I'll give you 30 seconds to reply to that. And if not, then I'll try something else. Oh, Edward Morris says in the YouTube chat, I am in the chat. All right, I guess you're a new person because I don't recognize your name. All right, I'm just gonna give you an opportunity to unmute again. Can you unmute now? I just hit ask to unmute. I just connected my AirPods. I thought they were already connected. Let me make sure yeah, my audio is working. Hello?
Yes, you hear me?
Yes.
You do hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
dialed in on
so
two different lines in Zoom.
I don't know. It had me enter the meeting ID twice, and something happened. I don't know what happened with the original. When I did it the second time, I guess I got through.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got through eventually. So you're Edward, right?
Yes, I am. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. Now, you're if you a PhD in philosophy. Well, I'm not a PhD in philosophy. I never got that far. I studied philosophy in college. I graduated from the University of Tampa, and my major was in philosophy. And I even studied major egoist philosophers such as Ayn Rand, Nietzsche, and this Hungarian philosopher that I can't remember the name of right now. He's not well known. But yes, I've studied these philosophers. I've also read Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, I remember borrowing a copy from the library, and I read it in the bathtub, and I ruined it in the bathtub, so I had to pay the library for it. But I read the whole thing. Not long ago, I read her short novella, Anthem, and I've seen I've never read the book, The Fountainhead, but I've seen the movie. So I'm very familiar with Ayn Rand's philosophy. But there's a saying, familiarity breeds contempt. And I am not someone who's friendly to objectivism. I see, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I see objectivism as a bit of a scam perpetrated by the upper classes on the lower classes. I'm especially seeing it now because I've been watching a lot of just to let me confirm for me that there's still evil in the world. I like to watch the Ayn Rand Center UK on YouTube, and their views and opinions on that program are so outrageously absurd and evil. This reminds me, there's still evil in the world. And I define evil a lot different than what objectives would define evil. Apparently, objectivists see evil as interfering with a man's will to do what he wants. My view of evil is that it is a God ordained thing, basically, in the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, basically passed down by God to Moses, define the basic concepts of right and wrong and morality, and anything outside of those Ten Commandments really has nothing to do with good or evil per se. It has to do with man's inclinations, man's artistic and productive achievements, man's desire to flourish. And I mean, there's nothing wrong per se with a desire to flourish, but the problem is slave masters in the old Confederacy, they flourished on the back of slaves. And while slavery isn't the same thing as it was back in the old Confederacy, it's just changed a bit. The tools for slavery have changed into robotic AIs with, let's say, Palantir threatening to keep a watch over all of our lives and tracking and tracing us and determining who is good and who is bad on terms that the billionaires would find acceptable. That is not something that should be acceptable to most of us. I realize most of us aren't billionaires and never will be billionaires, but we all should have the dignity of privacy. We should all have the dignity of believing the things we believe and having platforms for our beliefs if we so desire to support those platforms. For instance, I am a subscriber to Red Ice TV, which is basically a white nationalist platform. And unfortunately, the billionaires and trillionaires and objectivists probably want that platform to go bye-bye. But I think I should have a right to that platform. And I think that to live freely can include the right to live amongst one's own people if one wishes, and not live amongst mixed races and the like, and the right to grow one's own food or and not be bothered by AI power plants that destroys one's life by taking all of the water away and by maybe causing illnesses or pollutants to be let loose in the environment. So I predict that there should be a real populist revolution coming, or society will just perish, especially under objectivism. And yes, as I say, my familiarity with objectivism breeds contempt, and I was wondering what you thought about that.
You said your familiarity with, oh, objectivism breeds contempt.
Yeah,
Okay.
for that particular philosophy, yes.
Okay. Well, there's a couple things I that stood out to me in what you were saying. One is you're religious, and objectivism is not religious. It's an atheist philosophy. It's a pro-reason philosophy. It's anti-faith. So we have a fundamental difference in perspective there. Another point that stood out to me is you said you're a subscriber to this white nationalist website, Red Ice, I think you said. I don't know what that is, but
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah, yes. That's a pro-white nationalist website. It's a media platform. Put it that way.
okay. So that also sounds very opposed to objectivism perspective because objectivism is an individualist philosophy, and we think that individuals are not best thought of as members of a racial group. What a race is a very superficial characteristic of someone. What matters is how they choose to use their minds. And regardless of what race you are, you can be rational or irrational depending on how you choose to use your mind. So it's objectivism is a very individualist philosophy. So there are some very root differences, very fundamental differences between our approaches. And I'm not even sure whether it would make sense to have a conversation if you are a racist, because there are some things which I think don't really deserve to be debated. They're just so obviously wrong and bad. So I'm not sure whether it makes sense to continue the call if you're going to be advocating for racism. Uh,
Some would say that objectivism is an inhuman philosophy. It hello? Hello?
yeah.
Yeah, some would say that objectivism is an inhuman philosophy because it doesn't take into account who we are as human beings. Yes, we are individuals, but we have always uh, tended to live in group settings. We're very social creatures as well, and we like to live amongst people who share our own systems of belief, our own cultures, our own mores, whatever that may be. There is such a thing as culture, and we, as individuals, often cling to culture. We often depend on our cultures, and we find beauty in our cultures. And when some alien culture comes around, people have a right to reject those cultures, in my view. So, for instance, the Back to the Land movement, where some whites get into a collective and decide to take over a piece of land for whites only, I think that's a positive thing. I think because it reinforces Yes, we are individuals, but we are also cultural creatures, and we also are social creatures. And I don't think objectivism takes that into account.
Well, there is a place for society. Objectivism is not anti-society or anti-social, but it would say that the basis for a good society is a recognition that people are individuals and that their individuality is not fundamentally defined by their race. So I don't think white culture, I don't even know, I'm not sure what that means, if it has any meaning, but if someone else is white, like Adolf Hitler, and I'm also white, I don't think there's anything important that I have in common with Hitler, such that I would think we have some culture in common. So
Well,
if the
by the way,
culture is defined by
don't
skin
you
color, I don't think it matters, or I think it's
don't
irrelevant.
you support Israel, which is one of the most racist countries in the world right now? It's committing genocide, but don't you followers of Iran support Israel? I hear that all the time from Iran Center UK. How Israelis or Jews have to kill Palestinians in order to just live. That sounds like a morality right out of Ted Bundy.
Well, I think you're smearing Israel. If you say they're committing a genocide, I think that's just a smear. So,
Well, you didn't say it.
no, I reject that.
Most genocide scholars disagree with you. Most genocide scholars have decided that this is genocide, and it should be obvious if you look into it even a little bit.
Well, I think it should be obvious if you look into it a little bit that it's not genocide. So, I don't know. That's worth debating. I'm not sure.
Right. So anyone that disagrees with you is not worth debating. I get it.
No,
I
that's a
get it.
smear. That's a smear. There are certain
Yeah.
views which I think are beyond the
It's
pale.
a smear. Yeah. We all have our smears, right? Anyone who disagrees with you is not worth debating. Okay. Thanks.
All right, I guess he's gone now. He just hung up. Yeah, that's a smear to say anyone who disagrees um, is not worth debating. There are certain views like racism, which I think are not worth debating, but I debate things all the time on my channel. Um, I'm happy to debate like socialism versus capitalism. Um, I'm happy to debate egoism, but certain views I think are not worth debating. So maybe calling in Israel, if you accuse them of engaging in genocide when they do things like afford rights to people like non-Jewish people can be in their society and be in their parliament, and they give warnings to people before they drop a bomb. I mean, is that the action of a genocidal nation? If they really wanted to do genocide, I think they're doing a horrible job. They could be doing a lot more damage than they are. You wouldn't be giving warnings and engaging in ceasefires. You would just wipe them out, and you wouldn't be giving them aid. Um, so I think it's pretty ridiculous to think that they are engaged in a genocide. Um, so yeah, sometimes it's just not worth debating. All right, but let me come back to the chat. See a lot of chats from Jason. And there's one more from Linda. So he left. I didn't hang up on him. He chose to leave the call. Maybe I would have hung up eventually, but after he said his smear of you don't want to debate anyone you disagree with, that's when he left. Now I debate people I disagree with all the time, but this is the first time I've had someone call in who said he's a white nationalist or he's sympathetic to that. So um, there's sometimes some callers who I think doesn't really make sense to engage with. Objectivism is the best philosophy for living on Earth, says Linda. Yes, I agree with that. Ayn Rand informally called her philosophy a philosophy for living on Earth. I'm reading Jason's chat. What's a good way to refer to a Hamas sympathizer if they make themselves known? A way that is respectful to your non-vulgarity decorum and without using the B word. I do like to keep it non-vulgar here, um, but sometimes I think vulgarity can be appropriate or profanity. Sometimes it can be appropriate, maybe for people who advocate certain ideas. Okay, well, what's next? What's next? Oh, I was going to go over the Facebook posts. Oh, Edward Morris is back in the chat. He says Israel does not recognize anyone who isn't Jewish. Doesn't it allow non-Jewish people to be members of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset? He says there is no freedom of speech, no equal freedom for Palestinians. Uh, I don't know about that. Do you mean in the West Bank or Gaza? Well, maybe it's better to first engage with the genocide issue if you want to keep talking about this, because I think that might be a simpler issue. Like I gave some examples of why I think it's wrong to say Israel is engaged in a genocide. Like they give people warnings that they're going to drop a bomb somewhere before they drop the bomb. So if they really are trying to engage in a genocide, why would they do that? Can you answer that? Maybe I should wait for you to give an answer to that before I engage with anything else you say. I don't know if I should engage with anything anyways if you're a racist. Okay. Now he says so-called warning are just proof of genocide. Uh, how does that make any sense? I guess if the comments get absurd, maybe I'll just block you. Like if you say giving a warning is proof of genocide rather than proof that it's not genocide, or at least evidence that it's not genocide. How does that make any sense? All right, looks like you're not answering my questions. You're just smearing Israel more. All right, anyone else want to jump in on this? Thinking about going back to the Facebook posts about open borders. But if there's any other topics you want to raise, feel free to raise them in the chat. I'm trying to decide if I should just block Edward now, clean up the chat a bit. Maybe I'll give it another minute. Linda says federal agents are arresting the foreign-born spouses of Americans when they report for the final step to obtain permanent residency and charging them with violations. New York Times. Is there any topic that you're interested in calling in about, Linda? Like we could talk about what you just said there, or if maybe there's some other topic. Let me read that again. Federal agents are arresting the foreign-born spouses of Americans when they report for the final step to obtain permanent residency and charging them with visa violations. Art, she says, question mark. We could talk about art. Linda runs an art dealer, the Quentin Cordair Art Gallery. Um, oh, she's now continuing her. Here, let me get this chat on the screen. How about chat? All right, now you can see the chat. So this is continuing the quote. Oh, I got to change it to live chat. This continues the quote from up here. Federal agents are arresting the foreign-born spouses, etc., charging them with visa violations that could result in deportation. So Edward has gone quiet. There's another smear I would like you to address if you want to stay here, Edward. As I said, I'm thinking about blocking you, but also you said I don't want to debate with anyone who disagrees. That's a smear. So I would also like you to address that smear and correct it because you don't have a basis for saying that. All right, so if you call in about art, what would we talk about with regard to art? She says she's trying to call. Okay. Simon says, I tried getting a few people to come and discuss, but no one is answering. Okay. Simon's acquaintance, Isa, was on the last chat 5 days ago, and we did a three-way call. So there are a couple ways to call in. I don't know which one Linda is using. You can either click on this Zoom link Or there's a number you can dial, followed by a code you need to enter. Oh, there we go. Now I see Linda is in the waiting room. Okay. All right, I just admitted her. She's joining, it says. Still joining. It's taking longer than usual for her to join. Maybe she's having trouble with her internet connection. I could try to chat with her in Zoom. I don't know if she'll see that. I just sent her a Zoom chat. Hmm. I wonder if it'd be easier for you to join if you call in, if you dial the phone number rather than click on the Zoom link, because right now it still says joining dot dot dot. It's said that for a long time. All right. I don't know what's happening with Linda. Still says joining. Maybe if you hang up and try it again, it'll work. All right. She hung up or somehow got disconnected. Maybe she'll try back. All right. Well, I guess while this is being troubleshooted, I could go back to my Facebook post. Oh, okay. I just see a number that's called. That's probably Linda. Let me admit her. Hello.
Hello.
All right.
Well, that
Got through.
finally worked. Yeah, Zoom was not happy.
All right. So I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on
Well,
there. It said it just showed you were joining for several minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what was, so I just kind of canceled that and tried to find the number to call. But happy to talk, happy to give you some content for your show. Was glad I caught you. I wasn't going to come to work today, but it's nice and slow in the gallery, so I've got time to chat.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, thanks for calling in. I definitely appreciate the content. And it also saves my voice. I can only talk for so long until my throat starts to feel irritated. So if I have someone else to do some of the talking, then that helps my show last longer.
Yeah, so I
So,
just I gave a talk in Southern California on our adventure with the state of California. So always happy to talk about that, where we fought the law and we won. Art's always a great topic. Immigration's a great topic. You tell me.
okay. I'd be interested to hear about your fight against the state of California. I have heard about that before, but it's been a while, and I'm sure there are a lot of details I don't know or remember. And a lot of people would be hearing this for the first time, people who are just in my audience. So, how about we start with that?
Absolutely happy to. In fact, I was one of only two speakers that got a standing ovation at the Irreplaceable Spark Conference. That was down in Irvine last month. And the other person was Leonard Peikoff. So I felt like I was in pretty good company. It's a story that we would like to have told and have heard as many times as possible, mostly to make sure that something like that never, ever happens again. Government overreaching and deciding who's essential, who's not essential. You know what? It was a nightmare, right down to the death threats that we received. But all told, we would do it again. We would stand up for our rights and make sure that others knew that they had the ability to do the same thing. So we were 6 weeks into the lockdown, and Quint presented me with a document. He said, read this. And we called it our Declaration of Independence. And it essentially said that we were over the 30-day threshold for anybody telling us how or why we could run our business or have our business open, and that we were putting them on notice that we had plans to open on May 4th. I think this was April 26th of 2020. And my God, the government lost their minds. We sent copies to the newspaper, to the city government, to the county government, and to the state of California. And their reply was, no, you can't do that. You don't have a right to do that. We're the boss. And we said, no, we built this. We can do what we want with our business. We pay rent. We have employees who depend on us. We have artists at Cordair Fine Art, 30 of which depended on us for their livelihoods. And no, we're going to do this. And we did. And we were met with a lot of opposition. We were met with more support around the world of people who were, believe it or not, calling us heroes. And while we weren't feeling quite like that, we were doing what we needed to do for us. And yeah, so the letters to the editor, the people who were creating false accounts to write bad things about us, people we thought were our friends no longer supported us because, quote, how dare we do something that was all about us and not about the greater good, which we know. We used objectivist principles to support and do what we did to defend ourselves and to show others that, yes, this is something you should be doing. You should be open if you want to be open. We weren't dragging anybody into our store. We were saying, here's a beautiful art gallery. we can social distance better than anybody. We have a no touching policy. The government was saying you could go to Walmart where people literally they touch or lick everything, you know, kind of tongue in cheek there, but we weren't allowed to be open. We were put on a side burner, which California called phase 3. And phase 3 was museums, churches, sports stadiums, and art galleries. And that was just nuts. There was no reason for us or most other businesses to have to be closed. The word essential kind of became a dirty word. We're essential. Who are you, government, to decide if we're essential? So they were going to put us in jail. There were lots of things that were going to happen. And it's about a 30-minute talk, and I'll spare you the details on that. But if anybody wants a copy of that declaration to read, I'm happy to send it to them. I'll put my email address and the web address in the chat, because we want people to read it. I actually gave out flyers with that declaration at the conference.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm writing some notes. I don't know if you can see that on your screen. If you have YouTube up, I'm just taking
Yep,
some
I
notes
do.
as you're talking. Okay. So just to reiterate a little more of the background for people who are completely new to this story. So Linda Cordair and her husband, Quint Cordair, they run an art gallery. It was in California at the time. And
Correct.
so this was in the lockdowns were occurring 5 years ago in 2020. And you got a notice that you were it was supposed to last for 30 days and that limit was coming up. And so you were going to reopen, but they said, no, you need to stay closed. Is that what happened?
Well, so what we found out is that as far as the government was concerned, and I hope I'm remembering this correctly, there was a maximum of 30 days that they could make us stay closed. And we were well over that. And it was based on that and constitutional law, the Constitution giving us the pursuit of happiness, the right to life, liberty. And we took that sincerely and we said, well, if this is what the U.S. Constitution says, then we have every right to be open. And it wasn't easy. We made international news, which was not the intent behind it. But the benefit of that was that people around the world, and especially in the United States, where the overreach, everything was so arbitrary. The rules changed day by day. Who could be open, what you could do. You couldn't. I remember reading yesterday what Newsom had put out over Thanksgiving, that there could be no more than 3 families. You had to eat outdoors. You must refrain from singing or chanting. I mean, some of this stuff was just so completely laughable and ridiculous, but it was affecting our livelihood. And the government does not have the right to do that. Those of us in the objectivist community can all agree on that. And there are people out there like Edward out there who are going to think that we're just evil. And we were called killers. I was receiving death threats. We had to hire armed security to sit with us in the gallery. And, for a second it was, wow, are we still living in the United States of America? What is happening here? Being open was essential. The gallery represents some of the most beautiful artwork in the world, available to you to buy. It's not a museum. It isn't just come in and look at it, it's beautiful, and go home. These are pieces that for 30 years we've been making available, and people needed to see something positive during that time. So our web traffic went way up because people were at home and they needed something to do. But we wanted people who felt healthy enough to be out and about, to have a place where they could go, because there truly is nothing like seeing it in person. And yet we were being told no. We were being told that, no, that's not okay. And, words like, who are you? How dare you? When the news got out, a objectivist friend who lived in Marin was friends with the former president of the Marin Bar Association, and he said, "Holy smokes, do they have counsel?" And we're like, no, we just did this on our own. We're smart cookies. We can deal with this. And he said, "You know what? There are things that are going to come along with this. You're going to need counsel." He said, "I'll represent you pro bono." I mean, sure, he wanted the publicity, and we were willing to take his advice. And he pretty much just steered us in directions of what we should say, what we could say, what we shouldn't say, that sort of thing, try to keep us out of jail, although that was imminent. And shortly thereafter, Pacific Legal Foundation jumped in and took our case, and he was happy to take a back seat to that wonderful organization who, man, they filed some amazing paperwork on our behalf that benefited people all over, because we were able to prove that we were right and we were doing the right thing. So the talk, I think, is out there. ARC UK, I know, sent an email for their next conference, and so I have a link to my talk, which is much more organized and much more in depth. But it's an important story, and frankly, I would love to go on the road and tell it to as many people who will listen to it.
Mm-hmm. And you said it got some international news, so I guess a lot of people did hear about it. Like, I'm curious what the news sources were.
They were ABC, NBC. I don't know what the networks were, but we were getting cards and letters and emails and phone calls from all over the world in support, as well as those people that just could not help themselves and had to say something horrible. How dare we be so selfish? How dare we only think of ourselves? What makes us think our art is essential or that we are essential? I mean, you can Google Cordair, Napa, COVID, and you will come up with a laundry list of articles. Some of them are behind paywalls, some are not. The Napa Register broke records over those weeks where we were the hot topic, and mostly because people were being so hateful. One of my favorite stories is after we had opened, I was outside vacuuming the rug, and this older woman just was walking by, and as it turns out, she was headed to the candy store that was 4 or 5 doors down. Now, mind you, the candy store was essential because they served food. It was a little tiny shop, maybe 400 square feet. Very difficult to social distance in there if there was more than one person in there. But they were allowed to be open, and we were not. So anyway, I'm outside vacuuming the rug, and she's walking by, and she says, and she was easily late 70s, early 80s. She said, "I think what you're doing is despicable." She was very serious. I looked at her and I said, "Vacuuming?" Oh, that upset her. She was really angry with me. "You know what I'm talking about." I said, "No, ma'am, I don't." I said, "Because I'm out here just minding my business in front of my business, which is essential." And she stormed past me, shaking her head and her finger at me, and walked into the candy store. A few minutes later, I was outside working on the windows, and she happened to be coming back by and had her bag of candy. And I thought, I was feeling a little playful that day because we were open. And I said, "Hello again." I said, "I just want to thank you." She looked at me, thinking surely that she had won and she must have gotten through to me. She said, "What?" I said, "I just want to thank you for pointing out to me that my business is your business. I don't really think it is, but yet you have candy." And she said, "Well, my husband's in the hospital." And I said, "I'm really sorry to hear that." And then I said something not so nice about her. She left, and I went on with my day. But, we can laugh about it now. But seriously, the night that Quint and I were sitting at the table, knowing that we were being arrested the next day, we were going to jail. My husband, the Marine, we were business owners, we were good citizens, and we were being taken to jail the next day because the government said we weren't essential. And
So
we
it
were
was
joking around.
actually, it was they had scheduled someone to arrest you on
Oh
a
yeah,
certain day.
oh yeah. They were coming, and I had found out because of a friend who had some of the people who were still our friends who had inside information had called me and said, and she was very high up, and she said, I can't stop this ball from rolling. She goes, but I want you to know, I don't want you to be caught off guard. I was like, all right, if that's what they think they're going to get away with, let them do it. And we were having kind of a fun conversation around a bottle of very good Napa Valley wine. You know, well, what happens? Should we wear clothing that complements each other for our mug shots? Do we get cells next to each other? You know, just being silly. When the phone rang, and it was our lead counsel, Anastasia Bowden, at the Pacific Legal Foundation. And she said, and I need to preface this with, there's a law that if you're going to sue the government, you have to give them notice first before you file the paperwork, which is absolutely ridiculous. I forget what it's called. It's in my talk. But you have to put them on notice. So she had called the state of California and the county of Napa, city of Napa, said she's never had such unprofessional conversations with other attorneys. And again, a lot of not flattering things were said about us, the whole how dare they. But in that conversation in which she said they dropped numerous amounts of F-bombs, they backed down. And she was calling to let us know that we had won. Now, we had been through a lot at this point. Our ask was to be able to open our door unharassed because we deserved, and we had the right, I shouldn't say we deserved, we had the right to be open. And they were basically giving us what we wanted. They were putting art galleries back into phase 2 with standard retail. She wanted to know if we still wanted to file the lawsuit. I did. Clint, being probably the more rational of the two of us, said, look, we're getting what we asked for, the right to be open without being harassed by the government. So I said, let me call you back. We had a discussion, called her back, and she said, you're not going to do it, are you? And I said, nah, we're good. She said, well, just remember, if they do anything else to harass you, I don't have to give them notice the second time. So to my knowledge, she still has those papers. However, 5 years forward, we are now completely out of California. We run our beautiful art gallery out of one of the most beautiful places in the country, and that's Jackson, Wyoming. But you know what? If something similar happened here in Wyoming, I'd like to think that we would do it again, that we would stand up for our rights the same way we did in California. Now, they're still coming after us. They still want money that we don't owe them. They're still making up all kinds of numbers. But I have it on good authority. There's nothing they can do. They're strictly scare tactics. At the conference.
Oh, okay. So California is still coming after you.
Oh yeah. No, they're insulted, beyond insulted. And it did give me some pleasure to give my talk in California last month. But there's just little digs here and there that you go, no. It was a very,
so they think you
very
owe a fine, or they want to try to get you to pay a fine for breaking a rule? Is that what?
Well, they're disguising it as taxes. And we very wisely closed our California corporation. We opened an LLC in Wyoming, and there's basically nothing they can do. The fact that they want to do it, that they're threatening to do it, that they're trying to find ways to punish us, again, is just sad, ridiculous, and it's just more arbitrary. There's so much more to the story. I mean, it's hard to, I'm paraphrasing a lot of things that happened over those few weeks, but the idea being is that the government does not have the right to do what they did. And should something like this rear its ugly head again, I hope that more people are prepared, that they can take from our experience and be brave. There were so many things. There was blackmail within the local county and city government. There was a restaurant that tried to stand with us and open. He was amazing. And as it turned out, he had a silent partner. in his restaurant that happened to have a lot of very, very large contracts with the city and the county. And so they literally threatened to cancel those contracts if he didn't close his restaurant. They went to our landlord behind our back, thinking he could strong arm us and make us close. And as it turned out, he was on our side. So there were a lot of things that happened, some of which were surprising, some were not. But there was someone at the conference that came up and said, we want to do a documentary about this. We want to write a book. And I just had to take a deep breath. Yeah, I'd like to see something like that out there that empowers people to stand up for their rights. Anyway, I probably bored the snot out of you and
No. It's actually interesting. I appreciate
that I'm passionate about it because it's important. What we do is essential. What you do is essential. Maybe not that Edward dude, but maybe he's essential because he needs to feed his cat. That's all I'm going to give him. But we're proud of ourselves. And there are a ton of people out there that are proud of us. And I don't know that I would change anything except some of the stress.
Except what?
Some of the stress that we experience.
Yeah. I was thinking about some of the things you said, the us versus the greater good points. So one thought I had is, well, if people are really worried about you being a vector for COVID, then can't they just stay away and not patronize
and we made a point of that. We made a point of saying, if you don't feel well enough, if this isn't something you want to see or enjoy, by all means, stay at home. But a lot of the negative press, publicity, the people that just had to be nasty, it was, you're not thinking about the community. You're gonna be super spreaders. I mean, if we think back, we can remember all of the various labels that people were giving. The Karens that came out of the woodwork were like termites in a mobile home. Sometimes it was unbelievable. I mean, right down to some of our dearest friends, people that I would tell you that I loved as friends, saying, how dare you? How dare you do this without checking with us first? I'm sorry, what? There are so many little things. And so that's why I said trying to condense this into a 30-minute talk was tough because there were a lot of things. I had a presentation where you could see both the good and the bad of what people were saying online about us in letters to the editor, and even just doing the research for the talk and having to relive some of that was emotional. But no, we weren't allowed to be us. We weren't allowed to be selfish. We weren't allowed to support ourselves or support our artists. It had to be about, like you have on there, and the greater good. We needed to just sit quietly and wait for this to blow over, and that's not what we were going to do.
Right. I think maybe egoism versus utilitarianism would be another way to put that. If you're concerned about yourself, that's egoism. And then utilitarianism has this slogan, the greatest good for the greatest number. That's their idea of the purpose.
It was a very socialist way of thinking about things. There was a movie in, I want to say it was the late 90s that came out. It was an Academy Award winner called The Lives of Others. If anyone listening to this hasn't watched that movie, go watch that movie. It's the 80s, it's Berlin, and it's prophetic because
what's the title again?
The Lives of Others.
Oh, The Lives of Others. Okay.
It's a must see because what we were living just in our little Napa community had played out in Berlin in the 80s with neighbors snitching on neighbors. the Cordairs have somebody in their backyard and they're laughing, and I'm sure there's wine involved, and they're not social distancing because they're sitting at the same table, that sort of thing. Or platforms like Nextdoor, where you would see people making comments. I just drove by Fuller Park and there's a gathering of people. Somebody needs to call that in. Napa had a hotline where you could call and tattle on people. Let that sink in for a second. And then go watch the movie, The Lives of Others.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. So I guess there is an issue of rights and how do you properly define rights? So there's this idea in objectivism that you have a right to do what you choose as long as you're not physically harming others. And I guess if you're a vector for disease like Typhoid Mary, she could be she could be put in quarantine justifiably given a proper understanding of rights. And there's a question of, how severe is COVID? Does COVID rise to the level of being a threat like Typhoid Mary was?
Well, if it
Um,
had, then Walmart wouldn't have been open. Then the grocery stores wouldn't have been open, right? So our point being their, I don't know, say rules, not laws, their regulations were arbitrary. They made no sense. And the rules kept changing. So, you could go to Walmart where people are running around like mad people or picking up a banana and then putting it down after they'd sneezed into their hands. But you couldn't walk into an art gallery. We have 3,600 square feet. On a good day, we might have 5 to 6 people in at a time. That's a lot of social distancing. And yet, the people who were making those rules were clueless and they didn't care because they were still getting paid. Their livelihood wasn't threatened. We
mhm.
weren't essential to them. And we delivered a heck of a message that all businesses are essential to the business owners. And without these businesses, I mean, how many businesses went out of business? How many people committed suicide during these lockdowns and people were leaving notes behind saying, I can't provide for my family, I just can't do this. And, our situation certainly wasn't that extreme, but it was happening. And it should have never happened, not at the level that it did. You can't say, well, this is good for some and not good. It wasn't like that. They were making decisions they were not qualified to make, and that should not have been made. I am a responsible adult. If I want to go into a restaurant to have a meal, that should be my right to do that. And it should be the restaurateur's right to have that restaurant open. If he can staff it and, he can do all the things necessary to run that business, then he should be able to do that. I should not be told as a citizen of the freest country in the world, which at that time was not very free, that I can't go there, or that I can go to a 400 square foot candy store, but I can't walk into a 3,600 square foot art gallery. None of that made sense. It was all arbitrary.
Mhm. I just want to take a look at the chat, see if there's any new chats that have come in. Oh, John Wayne is here, or at least was here. Hi, John.
Hey,
Uh,
partner.
so, uh, if yeah, going back to the point of, well, I guess I could put it as self-responsibility. Like if I remember it was said that if you're especially if you're immunocompromised, so and this usually applied to the elderly, people who had certain conditions which made them particularly susceptible to dying if they got the disease, then those people could just isolate at home and not go to a restaurant, not go to an art gallery. So why not just allow people to decide for themselves, be very individualistic about it instead of having a one size fits all policy where everyone is forced to isolate or lock down, why not let people decide on a case-by-case basis, depending on what their risk profile is, whether to isolate? That
Right.
seems like a reasonable policy
And
to
if
me.
that's what you need to do for your personal health reasons, I mean, it makes me very sad when I think not just how many people died, but how many people died alone. That's a whole nother soapbox for me. How many women had to give birth alone because the hospitals, had so many restrictions? I could go on for 2 hours about that, but we're living in a free country, and to be able to live freely is to not be over-governed. And I cannot think of another example in recent history where the government went on such a power trip, unless you consider the current administration, that it was all about control. And some of them weren't shy about it. I mean, I was getting intel from city council meetings and county commission meetings of the things that they were saying about us in these meetings, because they were so blown away. Again, the how dare they comes up. We need to make an example of the Cordairs. The Cordairs need to be put in jail, which, again, they were trying to do. Kind of wish we had actually been thrown in jail, just so we could have had that another feather in our cap for how poorly the government mismanaged this. It was a disaster. The fact that people died is horrible, but you know what? People die every day from the flu, and it was a bad flu. COVID is by nature a virus that mutates. And some people are going to be more susceptible to that or to the flu. I mean, some people have had COVID now multiple times. And I do know some people that have lingering after effects from having had the virus. But you can't stop living. And Quint coined a hashtag that went viral at this time, and it was "not dying is not living." And we still use that. Not dying is not living. So
right.
How many people lost valuable time with family members that they'll never get back because the government told them that that's the way it had to be? It didn't have to be that way. It was that way. I'm glad we fought it. No regrets. Absolutely none.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, I can understand if there is. I think in principle there you could imagine cases where it would be justifiable to lock people down, but I just don't see that COVID that it was justifiable in the case of COVID. Like, I think for most people it was not a severe risk. Like, even if they caught it, they weren't likely to die or get severely sick from it. Um, so I don't see that it makes sense to lock everyone down
Well,
in
it
the name
didn't.
of sparing
Public
some.
safety.
Sorry, go ahead. Public safety, you
No, they
said?
were using public safety as their crutch. And, going back before, talking about people who died alone. So, here's the picture. Grandpa is in ICU. He's dying. No one is allowed to come and see him because of COVID. He's dying. You're not worried about infecting someone that might get better. And yet Grandpa dies alone instead of surrounded by
So
loved ones.
even if it were certain that someone was going to die, they still weren't allowed to have visitors see them on their deathbed.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, that seems really sad. Even when it's the person's wish, like maybe Grandpa would like
There
to
were
spend his last moments with loved ones.
nope. I'm sorry. This is a pandemic. We can't allow that. And this is all online. All of this information. I'm not making this stuff up. A lot of us have forgotten what that was truly like. Our our brains are kind of funny that way. They have a tendency to cloud things. If they didn't, women wouldn't have more than one baby. You move on. And, again, and all of those women that were forced to give birth alone, that weren't allowed to have their partners there with them because of COVID. Wait a minute, the doctors and the nurses have to be there and they have masks on. Why can't this person's partner be there or their spouse? Again, this is just going back to so many of the things that were arbitrary. The military ship that sat off of New York that was supposed to be there for COVID patients that sat empty because the big hospitals were getting kickbacks. So yeah, I'm very passionate about what happened, how it happened, and the fact that we did what we did for all the right reasons, all of them. And I hope it never happens again.
Yeah, those are interesting details. I didn't know about that you couldn't be with dying relatives or a wife or partner who's giving birth.
That's not just sad. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah. So you said
and it was
someone...
a lot of because Fauci kept changing the rules. Our own local health official, and oddly enough, and it's kind of funny, her name was Karen, her real name. I can't think of her last name right now. But we used to get a big chuckle out of that. Every day there'd be some new report that the health person, I can't remember, health director, I think maybe was her official title, would put out, how many cases there were in the hospital, how many people had died. Napa had very, very low numbers, which makes this even a little bit more ironic. But people like her, Gavin Newsom, and everybody in between were on very deliberate and obvious power trips. I mean, Gavin Newsom stood up in a restaurant giving his latest update with no mask on, standing next to an interpreter for, for sign language, with food out, telling us all that we had to stay home. And it was, wait a second. You're speaking without a mask. You're standing right next to somebody. You're not social distancing. There's food exposed. Can somebody explain this to me, please? And they couldn't because there was no explanation. They didn't owe us an explanation. He could go to the French Laundry and pay $1,200 a piece for dinner and sit with his friends and coworkers. We weren't allowed to go to restaurants. It's just the list is longer than Santa's Christmas list. But I do highly recommend, we call him New Scum, just so you know, NEWSCUM. Watch the movie, The Lives of Others, tonight if you can.
Okay. I wonder if there is anyone out there who wants to debate this issue or discuss this issue of COVID and how
Good
it
luck.
should properly
I'm a little like a Jack Russell Terrier, but they can go ahead and they can try. I kind of wish Edward was still on because, boy, I'll tell you what, you have the patience of a saint because I would not have been able to put up with some of the things that he was saying.
I do try to keep it pretty calm and civil. And I guess if it gets to a point where I can't be like that, then I'd rather just not have the conversation. That's,
you gave him a lot more airtime than I would have been comfortable doing, but that's why you're on the air and I'm not. But if somebody does have questions, I mean, I did put my contact information in the chat. If anybody's listening and wants more information, I am happy to talk about it.
Okay, I'm looking for your contact info in the chat. I don't see it. Sometimes YouTube filters out chats. Maybe it did that to you, or maybe I'm just not looking in there.
It's
Do you
right
see
above
it right
where
now?
John. Yeah, it's right above where John popped in. It says CordairArt@gmail and then Cordair.com.
Okay, I don't see that. So I think it might, it doesn't, it only shows up for you, I think, but not for others. So what you can do is you can, or I can just type it here. You said it's Cordair Art.
Cordair Art
That
at
this is the email, cordairart@gmail.
correct. And then, of course, the website has all of our contact and phone number information, and that's good old Cordair.com for almost 30 years.
Cordair.com. Okay, I just put that in the chat, and you can confirm whether I typed that correctly if you can see that.
Yep, I see it.
All right. Well, I do appreciate hearing about this. If you want to go, that's fine. I don't have any other callers on the line, but I don't want to take up too much of your time if you need to go.
Well,
There's
again, feel free to reach out if you need content. There's lots of art topics to be talked about. If there's anything I can do personally to, get you some more listeners, I appreciate what you do. And I've been trying to figure out whether I want to. I've revamped our YouTube channel at Cordair Fine Art. I'm doing a new series called At First Sight that talks about art. And I haven't gone into the lives yet. We'll see.
okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks for all that info. I appreciate the call.
My pleasure. Have a wonderful day and happy holidays.
All right. Happy holidays to you too.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Cheers. All right. Glad to have that call. She mentioned Fauci changing the rules. If we had a longer chat, I might have asked her some more about that. I know that the Amish Adalja he's a objectivist physician who specializes in infectious diseases. And he has a positive view of Fauci, which is not necessarily to say that he agrees with everything Fauci did. But I think, at least in general, he has a positive view of Fauci. But I don't know what the rule changes were. Like maybe that sometimes you have to wear masks, and then maybe masks are good, and now masks are not so good. Or I don't know what the changes are that Linda might have had in mind. But anyways, maybe we can talk about that later in another conversation. It's a very rich topic. I'm sure we could talk about it all day. Topics related to her fight against California. And I admire your courage, Linda, for standing up for your values and doing what's right. So kudos to you and Quint. I'm glad it worked out well for you. All right. So what other topics are people interested in? Thanks for the likes. See a few more likes on the stream. I could go back to the Facebook post that I was going to talk about. Oh, here's a chat from Simon. It would have been a spicy discussion on values being subjective. She is a staunch libertarian and gets a lot of concepts from human action. Who are you talking about there? Ayn Rand? Leonard Cordair? I'm not sure who you mean. I don't know if Simon is still here. Ayn Rand would not call herself a libertarian. She distanced herself from the libertarians because they're anti-state, anti-government. Ayn Rand was not an anarchist. She just thought government should have a limited role. But she did admire von Mises as an economist. He's the author of Human Action. Oh, Simon says he wrote that a while ago when I brought up Isa calling last week. Okay, yes. Isa, who is Simon's acquaintance. She's the libertarian, I guess, who gets concepts from Human Action. Yeah, I remember she said maybe she said she was a fan of von Mises. All right, anyone else out there who's listening want to say hello or call in? Okay. Well, and until I get some more chats, I'm going to go back to my Facebook post. So here's the posts I'm talking about from a few days ago. And it just says, how about open borders? I started off my show talking about immigration a bit. And since I was reading about it a lot, I thought it would be good to post something on Facebook related to immigration. So there were a bunch of comments, and this one by Steve Rogers particularly caught my attention. So let's see what Steve says. He says, open, closed borders is the framing of opponents. It puts freedom off the table, like framing environmentalism in terms of who is for pollution. If you care about freedom, then don't accept that framing, because that's not what the issue is about. It's not about people in other countries or what rights they have. That is an issue, but it's a secondary issue. The closed border advocates are now bold enough to come right out and say that people in other countries don't have rights. They are wrong, and it reveals the evil anti-Americanism behind this movement, the closed borders movement. But it's not the main issue. The main issue is, what about the rights of Americans? What about my right to have whoever I choose as my guest in my home? What about my right to employ who I choose and buy and sell from who I choose? That is the primary issue. What the movement advocates as closed borders is, in fact, chains on Americans. They generally aren't yet bold enough to say out loud that Americans don't have rights, although some of the intellectual nationalists are. Don't let them frame it as safety. Force the real issue to the surface. Free people and free trade, that is the issue. And then there was one follow-up post from Steve. That's even longer. All right, I don't know if I want to read all that. So he's saying something is off about the framing. It's not really the main issue. So the issue instead is freedom, free people, and free trade. But I'm wondering if free people and free trade implies open borders. But what does open borders mean? I think that was another issue which he discussed in a different comment, which I think might have been deleted because it was in someone else's thread. And that other person who started a thread deleted his comment, and Steve's got deleted along with it. But I remember he said something about how open borders conjures up the idea in people's mind of hordes crossing a border. Um, it's seems like some ominous events. So if you say you're in favor of open borders, that conjures the wrong sort of image in people's mind. So, but I'm not entirely clear on, like, I don't know that I would say it's wrong to talk in terms of or open borders if you see that as just an expression of freedom. Now, Harry Binswanger, objectivist philosopher, has argued for not having any screening at borders, which I think many objectivists disagree with, and, and they think there should be at least some minimal screening, but I'm not sure there should be. I think Harry might be right. But anyways, that came to mind because that's an example of what you might think of as open borders. Anyone can just walk across, just like between states in the United States. Mhm. There's, at least between many states, you don't have to stop and be screened. You can just drive straight through. And all there's just a sign that says, "Welcome to Texas," or whatever the state is. You're not stopped at the border. So should international borders be like that? So we don't have to use the word open borders if that conjures up something that is irrelevant. We can just say, should the international border be like the state borders? I'm sympathetic to the idea that they should be, at least in the case of the United States, which is not at war with its neighboring countries. If you're a country like Israel that is at war with its neighbors, and they say they want to exterminate Israel and wipe it off the map, at least I think that's what many of its neighbors would like Hamas. I think it's in the Hamas charter, isn't it? Something about um, destroying Israel. So if you have neighbors like that, I don't think you can just have a border like is between the states. But if you don't have that, if you're not at war with your neighbors, then why not just have an open border or a border like the borders between states? Now, I think sometimes, often, immigrants are smeared and they're called invaders, and that conjures up a military sort of context. But I think that's just a smear. I think most of the people are not trying to engage in military conquest. They just want a better place to live. And often they're escaping places from which there's violence, like in Central America. There were the caravans coming from Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. back in 2017 and 2018. I was reading about them recently. And also Mexico, there's violence, much of it drug related. So these are people trying to escape violence, not perpetrate violence. I think that's what motivates many of them. And I think many of them are asylum seekers. Sometimes they're called economic migrants, um, some of them, but many of them, I think, are escaping violence. And so it's a smear to call those people invaders. Evolutionary capitalist is in the chat. He says, "Hey Dan, check out the book Atlas Hugged by David Sloan Wilson. It is about evolutionary economics, only he's an evolutionary socialist. But I agree with his foundation, but not his solution. His problems with objectivism are the same as mine." It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. We often talk about determinism and free will and whether it's possible to eat glass. That's an example you've raised many times. I was thinking maybe there are some people who actually do eat glass, like people who engage in self-harm. Maybe those people would eat glass. We're talking about the limits of free will, like what can you choose to do or not? What is open to your choice? And evolutionary was saying if you really have free will, you should be able to choose to eat glass. All right. Did I have anything else to say about the immigration issue? Yeah, so I think maybe if you're not at war like Israel is with its neighbors, then maybe there should just be open borders and there need not be any screening. You might worry that there are violent people in drug cartels, and I think there are, and you might be worried about them coming across. But then the solution, I think, is to legalize drugs. So maybe you need to pair two things together, legalize drugs and then open the border. And if you legalize drugs, then I think the profit margins from selling them or from dealing drugs on the black market will go way down. And so there will be less of an incentive for drug dealers to exist. So what if you had those two things, legalize drugs and I'll just say open borders? Then is there any worry about violence? I don't see that there should be. But what do you all think? Evolutionary says, are you aware of this group out there who call themselves anarcho-objectivists? They try to reconcile objectivism and anarcho-capitalism and the Austrian school. I have heard of them. I don't follow them closely, but I know there are some people who try to do that. I don't think anarcho-capitalism makes sense. So I don't think you can reconcile anarchy with capitalism, let alone objectivism. Ayn Rand explicitly rejected anarchism, so whether she was right or wrong about that, it can't be part of objectivism because objectivism is Ayn Rand's philosophy. It's the name of her philosophy. That's how I think of it when it's used with a capital O. So if it involves anarchy, then it can't be part of objectivism. Right, Liquid Zulu, he's the main figure that I've heard associated with this effort to reconcile objectivism with anarchy. John Wayne says there's an anarchist stream going on right now, Liquid Zulu. Do I think privacy is a right? Mm, I don't know if I would say it's a right. The fundamental right is the right to life. That's what Ayn Rand says. And but how do you implement that? Does that mean you have a right to privacy? Just like you might think the right to property is a way to implement the right to life. Let's say you want privacy, you could build a house and then live in your house, and then you've got walls, doors, so no one can look inside, and then you've got privacy, but is there some special right to privacy? You can take actions which get you privacy, but you can also take actions which get you pizza. Does that mean you have a right to pizza? Um, I mean, it depends what you mean by that. Like you have a right to pizza if you pay for it. If you take the actions that do not involve initiating force, if you trade money for pizza, now you've got a right to that pizza. And likewise, if you take certain actions, you can, like you build a house that shields you that from other people watching what you're doing. Well, now I guess you have a right to that privacy. Um, so maybe there's a sense in which you have a right to privacy, but it's not a fundamental right. And you don't have a right to not be seen at all times if you wanted. Like even if you're walking through a park, unless it's a private park, right? So Jason says maybe I should share the chat again. The order of operation politically. Open borders first or in conjunction with good extradition treaties. Legalize drugs or privatize more or all of the land as the addicts fill the public parks and sleep on sidewalks. So first open the borders and then legalize drugs or privatize more or all of the land. Why shouldn't we just legalize drugs now? Is there any reason not to? There's some things which I think should be phased in, like, or phased out, like getting rid of Social Security. I don't think that can be done away with overnight. It's probably better to do it over years, decades, maybe. Because if you just cut it off overnight, then I don't think that's fair to people who have paid into the system for decades and they depend on it. But something like legalizing drugs, why not just get rid of that immediately, overnight? Do you see any reason not to do that? And I guess if you legalize them overnight, could you then also open the borders overnight? John doesn't like anarchists, as you can see from his emoji here. And then John says, the left are just complicit. Complicit in what? They could take the rug out of Trump's feet, campaign on legalizing drugs, change the moral framework from his attacks on cartels, random boats, allegedly drug traffickers in Mexico. Instead, they remain complicit but outraged. Oh, the left is complicit with Trump in opposing or in not opposing Trump in what he's doing to his attacks on cartels or random boats. Some people have been criticizing him for his attacks on boats. Some people on the left, you say they're outraged, but they don't oppose banning or controlling drugs. Okay. You mean the left does not oppose banning or controlling drugs, so they're in favor of it? Is it only some drugs like marijuana? Some drugs have been legalized like marijuana, but maybe you mean the harder drugs like heroin, cocaine, and those are the ones they don't oppose banning. Evolutionary says there's good empirical evidence the war on drugs caused the fentanyl epidemic. The war on drugs, that started back in early 70s, right? So it's been going on for 50 plus years. This is a huge waste, I think, of government resources. And not just a waste, it actually makes things worse because I think it increases the violence in the world. Um, I don't know exactly how, but I think it does somehow. If you illegalize something, then it has to be sold on the black market. And then there's, I guess, threats of blackmail people face. Like you could, I guess, if there's an incentive to snitch on people who are engaging in this illegal trade, then I don't know why there would be an incentive. Like if the police put out a call for turning people in for a reward, if they do turn in drug dealers, then maybe that would give people an incentive. And then, but that might also increase the chances that drug dealers will murder or somehow physically threaten people who might snitch on them. There was an increase in gang violence, I think, related to alcohol in the Prohibition era. You had people like Al Capone, right? But I don't think if it's a legalized industry, you don't get that sort of phenomenon. So I think by having this war on drugs, that hasn't gotten rid of drugs. It just makes them become part of the black market. And somehow or other, that leads to violence. The crackdown on opioids, they put pressure on drug companies to make their pills uncrushable so people wouldn't abuse it and bypass the time release. Once they did that, they went to street drugs. Jason says, I would phase in open immigration, not borders per se. Not open borders, I guess you mean. And give priority to those countries with reciprocal agreements and legal ways to avoid objectively defined criminals not having safe harbor. I haven't heard about this before. They put pressure on drug companies to make their pills uncrushable. Who puts pressure? You mean the government? That's part of their war on drugs. They pressure drug companies to make their pills uncrushable. I don't know what you mean by bypassing the time release. So fentanyl, that's a painkiller, right? And opioids in general, they are painkillers, or at least some of them are, or can be used that way. I think outlawing that is violating the rights of people. Is people should be able to decide for themselves what risks they take. And if you're going to put some substance in your body, I think you should have a right to do that, but you should do so wisely, understanding the risks that it involves. But I am concerned that it infantilizes people, adults, if you don't leave them free to choose what kind of risks to take. The fentanyl crisis started with opioids, prescription painkillers. Okay. The one people focus on is the drug OxyContin, a time-release painkiller advertised as non-addictive. People were crushing it and snorting it for rapid absorption. I think people should be free to do that. It might be foolish to do that, but they should be free to do that. Why not? Yeah, whatever their purpose is, whether it's to get high or to reduce pain. Yeah, I'm talking about adults, not kids. I think adults should be free to do it. There's lots of risky behavior I think adults should be free to do, like prostitution. Um, Engage in unprotected sex with a prostitute. I think that's something people should be free to do. I don't think it's good, but I think they should be free to do that. Who determines who is an adult? That's the government's role. Well, I don't know if it's solely the government's role. Like different governments have different thresholds. Some put the age of majority at 18, as in the US. Some it's 16. Some countries it's 21. But there's some range. I think it's optional. Exactly where you draw the line. That doesn't mean it's entirely arbitrary, though. Like you couldn't put it at age 5, but there is some range that's reasonable. Can a 17-year-old be free to snort fentanyl? Asks evolutionary. I think that's within the optional range. Like there's no exact place I can draw the line, but um, certainly a 5-year-old shouldn't be able to. It's the government's role to define objective laws, says Jason. By objective laws, do you mean well-defined or natural? I'm not sure what natural means here. I think you could say laws are socially constructed, but that doesn't mean they're not objective. Like laws are created by people, but they can be based on facts. So they're not arbitrary. They're not arbitrary social constructions. You could say they're based on, like the age of majority, it's based on facts about human nature. Children, like 5-year-olds, are not able to um, rationally decide for themselves what to do. 45-year-olds are, and you have to draw the line somewhere. So societies, governments create laws, but if they're based on facts, then they can still be objective. All right. Someone new is in the chat. He says, instead of debating lunatics, why don't you get a well-informed pro-Palestinian to debate your presupposition that genocide is a smear? Well, is there is there such a person who wants to debate me? I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're a sock puppet or if you're not a sock puppet, but I don't want to debate lunatics, and so you can let me know if you want to debate me, and I will consider it. That first caller was off his rocker, no? Um, I think that might be a fair statement because it sounded like he was likely a racist. He said he was a white nationalist. We didn't get into it too much, but I do think he smeared me by saying I don't want to debate someone if they disagree. Whereas my actual position is I don't want to debate someone if I think they hold a view that is crazy. And I also think he smeared Israel by saying they are engaged in a genocide. I don't know if that's a position that can be honestly defended. I think it's just so clear and obvious that they're not. So, yeah, I'm not sure that it makes sense to debate that issue. It might be giving it a sanction it doesn't deserve. Florida Nick is here. I don't know if I already acknowledged you, but hello. Men, as Jefferson explained. Retarded people are also not adults, right? Asks evolutionary. They could be, or we could call them mentally disabled people. They could be adults, but adults with disabilities. So that's a different sort of case. And I think if you are such a person, then I guess you could still be in the under the guardianship of someone else, even though you're older than 18 because you're disabled mentally. So that's a different sort of case. But if we're talking about adults who are not mentally disabled, then I think they should be able to take any drugs they like. You can do drugs, but at some point when drugs inhibit your decision making, do you lose freedom? Well, it's like alcohol. So if you try to drive when you're drunk, then I think you violate other people's rights when you do that because you're a physical threat to them. And I suppose that could also happen if you're under the influence of drugs. So you could be, so if you turn yourself into a physical threat, whether it's through drinking alcohol and then driving or doing drugs and then driving, I think you you don't have a right to drive under those conditions because you're physically threatening other people. But if you're just drinking or doing drugs in the privacy of your own home, I think you should be free to do that. As long as you've taken some safeguards. Like, I don't know if there could be a drug or alcohol that causes you to go out and get in your car and do something, but um, if a drug is not like that, or if you've taken the proper precautions, I don't know, like giving your keys to a trusted friend to keep while you're in your drunk or high state so that you can't drive even if you wanted to. As long as you take the proper precautions, then I think you should be able to. That would be responsibly using drugs or alcohol in a way that doesn't violate other people's rights. Maybe have yourself locked into a room so you can't go out and do some harm while you're under the influence. All right, I think what I just said addresses this comment. These, both of these. Yeah. Does it change from the current law much to go into? All right, do you want to call in and prove you're not a sock puppet? Baba O'Reilly. A person tripping on mushrooms wants to snort a gram of fentanyl. Does he lose the right to do drugs at that point? Only, I think he would only lose his right if doing the drugs would put someone else at risk of physical harm. If he's only at risk of harming himself, then I think he has a right to do it. So there is a point when you lose the right to do drugs. When you're sober, you can take drugs, but when you're hallucinating, no. I think you could do drugs when you're hallucinating as long as doing so is not a physical threat to someone else. Jason says you can create hazardous conditions any number of ways. There are laws and civil penalties for these that objective law and default behavior and insurance market should address. All right, so what next? I think Baba O'Reilly might be a sock puppet. Because whenever I mention calling in, he goes quiet if he's the same person I think he is. Because I know his voice. And I blocked him a long time ago, so um, all right, so what next? I'm thinking about the last thing that I discussed with evolutionary. It's been a few shows since I've seen him, since I've seen you. So I don't know what. I just saw some hearts go up on the. Look at these hearts. I don't know what the hearts are for, but it's nice to see them. Thanks for the hearts. Oh, you read the synopsis of Atlas. Oh, read this. Oh, read the synopsis of Atlas Hugged. I haven't heard of that. He wants my opinion. All right, I'm going to do a search on this. I've never heard of this book. David Sloan Wilson. Here's an article from New Ideal, which is the publication of the Ayn Rand Institute, that says Atlas Hugged is a distortion unworthy of a scientist. All right. Well, maybe I'll look at that. I'll just look at the Amazon review first, or the Amazon description. All right, I guess I can share this. Alice Hugged signals a revolution in the way we see the world and our rightful place within it. Not a violent revolution, thankfully, but an intellectual revolution. With these words, David Sloan Wilson invites readers into a fictional world. I'm just checking something here. Um, Actually, hold on. All right, I don't think I'm going to share my screen here. I'll just read it. After I check something. See, I didn't want to share personal information that appears on my Amazon page. That's why I didn't want to share my screen. I didn't realize that there's some personal information. It looks like my personal information was not shown because I had it scrolled to a certain spot. But just to be safe, I'll just read it instead of sharing that screen. All right, so the description on Amazon continues with these words. David Sloan Wilson invites readers into a fictional world that mirrors events taking place in the real world, the rapid evolution of worldwide cooperation. Wilson is uniquely positioned to tell this story. As a scientist, he helped to lay the theoretical foundation for the intellectual revolution with books such as Unto Others, Darwin's Cathedral, and Does Altruism Exist? As a nonfiction writer, his books already reach a wide audience. With Atlas Hugged, he returns to his familial roots as the son of novelist Sloan Wilson. Okay, I skipped over some, but I'm curious to see what the Ayn Rand Institute article says. All right, I can share this. So there's David Sloan Wilson, and this is the New Ideal, the Journal of the Ayn Rand Institute. Alice Hugged is a distortion unworthy of a scientist by Ben Bayer. Genuine commitment to the truth means doing the research to avoid straw man arguments. Straw man arguments are very common with regard to Ayn Rand, people talking about Ayn Rand. All right. probably won't read all of this, but let me just read a little of it. David S. Wilson, the notable evolutionary biologist, has of late been promoting his book Atlas Hugged, a parody of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, while telling a story he describes as a sequel to Rand's 1957 work. He claims to challenge her individualist pro-capitalist philosophy. Scientists, especially evolutionary biologists, should know why it's important to do the appropriate research into a subject before commenting on it. They know what it's like to be targets of those who haven't bothered to do their homework. Consider the creationists who attack the theory of evolution. They say, for instance, that Darwinism claims we are descended from modern apes and that it laid the groundwork for the Nazi Holocaust. These and other caricatures persist even though they are easily debunked. Wilson, who has debunked these claims himself, should know that they are strawman arguments made by religious dogmatists who are opposed to the scientific spirit that values truth above all things. Yet Wilson's portrayal of Rand's ideas is no more honest than the creationist caricatures of Darwin. For instance, Wilson claims in his book that according to Rand, the power of unfettered markets makes old-fashioned virtues obsolete. Individuals, in quotes, individuals could concentrate entirely on making money for themselves, and the whole society would prosper as well. He says that for Rand, the path to salvation was to concentrate exclusively on making money for oneself. Rand's view is both more plausible and yet even more radical than Wilson suggests. And the Fountainhead, her hero, the architect Howard Roark, turns down a number of commissions even when he is impoverished, because taking them would mean violating personal artistic standards that he sees as non-negotiable. Both he and Rand think there's more to life than money. Yet Rand upheld the importance of personal standards, not because living by them contributes to society, but because they are deeply important to one's own life. While turning down that commission, Roark bristles at the suggestion that he's being selfless and insists that was the most selfish thing you've ever seen a man do. As this last passage suggests, Rand did think that selfishness is morally virtuous, but in maintaining this, she did not claim, as Wilson suggests, both in his book and in an article in Nautilus, that everything of value can be represented as a dollar value. She did not infer that because the best way to make money is to provide value to people. The system, I didn't read that correctly. I guess he's challenging a portrayal of Rand that Wilson makes. She did not infer that because the best way to make money is to provide value to people. The system works so well that no other form of care towards others is required. No empathy, no loyalty, no forgiveness. Wilson gives no evidence that these were Rand's positions, and there's plentiful evidence to the contrary that he did not bother to seek out. All right, so looks like Wilson might just have done a smear job, as is common with Rand's critics. So maybe I'll just stop there. I don't want to read the whole thing. But there's an opinion from someone who knows more about this than I do, because I haven't read the book. Jason says actuarial sciences are a noble profession, and having worked in the adjacent baking field, I take offense. I guess that's in reply to Evolutionary saying insurance is an unstable scheme like fractional reserve banking. All right, I guess Baba doesn't want to call in to show that he's not a sock puppet. He's still in the chat though, or at least he was as of 11 minutes ago. You say insurance creates more of what you're insuring against. Unemployment insurance creates more and longer unemployment. Well, the unemployment insurance, that's at least in the US, there's a government interference surrounding that. So it's not, I think some employers are required by law to participate in some kind of unemployment insurance program. I think they might have to pay a tax or something. And that's wrong. Employers should not be forced. Now, if they voluntarily decide on their own that they want to participate in some kind of insurance program, that's fine. But or they should at least have a right to do that. But for the government to force employers to participate in a unem unemployment insurance plan, that's a violation of rights. But that's a somewhat different issue than the claim here about insurance creating more of what you're insuring against. What would be another example? Like, what about car accidents? If you have insurance in case you get in a car accident, are you more likely to get in a car accident? Because you're thinking, well, I've got insurance, so the um, the damage isn't going to be that bad, so I can afford to drive in a more risky way. But there are incentives against that because your premiums might go up. If the more an insurance company has to cover you, because they have to cover your mistake, right? If you get in an accident and you're liable, you have to pay out a bunch of money, and the insurance company has to cover you. Well, now they might think this guy is more risky than we realized at first, so we're gonna raise his premiums. So they're trying to discourage you from getting in accidents. So what they want is for you to drive safely, but to be paying them premiums. If you're a high risk to them, then they disincentivize you getting in accidents by raising your premiums. So are they really trying to create more of what they're insuring against, or are they trying to create less of it? John Wayne says he had a thought. I only recently recognized that employers need to earn more than what they pay employees. For instance, it's like 60K euro salary in France requires 100K from the employer to pay. Frankly, I think companies should make these numbers public and more known. Employers need to earn more than what they pay employees. Why is that? Because of things like unemployment insurance that they have to contribute to, as well as paying the employee's salary. They also have to pay into a unemployment insurance funds, or maybe there are other taxes like Social Security taxes, Medicare taxes. In the US, half of those are paid by the employer, half by the employee. So I think that's what you probably mean. Yeah, it says because they have to pay into benefit systems. Yes, forced contributions, right? Yeah, so the way it should work, if the government respects people's rights, is to let employers and employees decide on their own how much benefits, if any. Maybe some employers and employees prefer just straight salary and there are no benefits, and maybe the employees would rather just have a higher salary and they can decide for themselves, do I want to purchase some kind of unemployment insurance? Do I want to contribute to a retirement plan? Do I want to contribute to some medical funds? But that should all be private decisions between employer and employee. The government shouldn't force that on anyone. Again, you could call that infantilization, not allowing adults to decide for themselves how to spend their money or what kind of employment arrangement to have, treating them as children, being paternalistic. So that shows disrespect for people, not treating them as adults, not treating adults as adults who are competent, able, worthy of making their own choices. Elevate some over others. Some people who think they deserve to have the right to coerce others. Jason says insurance protects people and mitigates risks, and banks lending out more than they have creates wealth. That's the fractional reserve banking, which is you're open to participate in or not. I mean, that's the way it should work, at least. Like in a private banking system, maybe some banks will say, we're not going to do fractional reserve, so we're only going to lend out as much as we have. Um, we're not going to lend out more than we have because we want to be able to cover everyone, so there's no possibility that if you ever want to make a withdrawal, we'll have the funds to cover it. Um, well, I don't know that they could lend out anything then. Um, yeah, I guess if they want to be able to cover the possibility that all of their customers simultaneously want to withdraw all of their funds, then I guess they can never lend out. But then you're not going to get any interest. So if you want to earn interest, then you have to be willing to take some risk by allowing the bank to lend out your money. And it should be up to you. Again, let's not infantilize people. Allow people to decide what kind of risks they want to take. If they don't want to take risks, then take their business elsewhere. Go to some bank that doesn't make any loans and where you don't get any interest. But other people should have the freedom to keep their savings at banks which do make loans and that they can earn interest from. Leave it to the free market to decide how many, if any, banks engage in fractional reserve banking. The premium should go up if you are seen doing a lot of mushroom, like on YouTube or whatnot, driving, welding, whatever. Okay, so if your auto insurer sees on your social media that you like doing drugs and engaging in risky behavior, then they can increase your premiums. They should have a right to do that. If you put information out there publicly, I mean, there can be a contract term, like if you sign up for a contract of a year, maybe during that year your premiums can't go up, but when it comes time to renew your insurance plan for the next year, then they can at least increase their premiums at that point based on new information they've required. And something like pre-existing conditions should definitely be something insurers can take account of. With Obamacare, I think they tried to, and maybe they succeeded in having those removed as something that an insurance company can use as a basis for excluding someone from coverage because they're just going to be too expensive. And people complain about our private healthcare system. And then they're sympathetic to someone who goes out and murders a CEO of a healthcare company because we've got so many problems in our private healthcare system. But if you have something like a government regulation that forcibly stops companies from taking account of pre-existing conditions, well, that's a great example of how our system is not fully private, how the government is interfering. So I think a lot of times when people blame the way things are currently on capitalism, they're blaming a straw man, maybe like David Sloan is doing in his book, Attacking a Straw Man. All right, what's next? Thanks for the likes. See, we're up to 8 now. I recorded a little more of my, or edited a little more of my commentary video on my third call to David Pakman. So I need to just splice in the video I'm reacting to. That's the next step. I've recorded my scripts and I've edited my scripts. Sometimes I have to, I'm speaking and then I misspeak and I have to re-record that section. So I've gotten rid of all the misspeaks and I've got a um, smooth commentary now. But now I just have to stick in the video, the parts of the video that I'm commenting on at various points. That's the next step. So that's the one thing I've been working on in the background, been between streams. All right, a couple new people in the chat now. PVM Corp and Leighton Preon are here. Hello. So, any thoughts on detection theory? I don't know what that is. I'm doing a quick Google search. Detection theory or signal detection theory is a means to measure the ability to differentiate between information-bearing patterns and random patterns that distract from the information. So information-bearing patterns are called stimulus in living organisms or signal in machines, and random patterns are called noise, consisting of background stimuli and random activity of the detection machine and of the nervous system of the operator. I don't know about this. Haven't looked into it. Leighton Preon is about to get some chicken. To decide whether a signal is present or absent, but the information you have is noisy or unclear. Examples, is that blip on radar and aircraft or just noise? Utilized in AI and decision making. Okay. I get what it's about, but I haven't thought about it much. So, do you have thoughts on it? Alcohol is overrated and tastes bad unless it's highly fortified or unless you add something else to it. In which case, why not drink the additive without the alcohol? Maybe it tastes bad by itself, the additive. I don't know. Oh, he says, I see how you use it to find trolls, LOL. Oh, I use detection theory. Well, there are various things I use, like the um, the date of the account. the date the account is created. Like often, I think it's a troll if the account was created today, the same day as the stream, or yesterday, very recently, because if people get blocked on one account, then they've got to create another account. And this has happened, I think, many times on my stream. Like I'll block someone, and then a few minutes later, after they've had a few minutes to create a new account, they come back under some other name, and I go to their YouTube channel, and it shows the account was created just today, the same day. And what are the odds of that? Like the first day someone is on YouTube that they stumble upon my little channel, um, seems pretty unlikely. I mean, if you're just a new random YouTube viewer, you're probably going to see popular accounts with like millions or hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Why would the YouTube algorithm think that they should display my little under 1,000 subscriber channel to you, some random person who's just joined YouTube? That seems really strange. And also, what a coincidence that you happen to find my little channel just a few minutes after I blocked some other account, right? Not only did you find my channel, but you found it at like the exact time that you would expect it to take, like a few minutes after I blocked the previous account. You would expect it to take a few minutes for someone to create a new account, sign up on YouTube or whatever. And then, they find my little channel at just the same amount of time it takes to create a new account after I block someone. So that's another technique I use to um, determine whether someone is likely a troll. Maybe I shouldn't be giving away my secrets here, because then the trolls can try to adapt to it, um, try to get around it. That might have already happened actually. Like I remember mentioning on stream before that I look at the dates of the accounts, um, to give me a clue. And then later I saw a sock puppet account which was much older, like it was created several years ago. So I think this person probably realized that he's got to use an older account if he doesn't want me to be immediately suspicious. But also the well, I have other techniques. I don't know if I want to talk about them because I don't want to help out the trolls. Um, but I didn't think of it as using detection theory, but maybe I was. I am trying to detect something, whether someone's a troll or if not a troll, at least some account that I want to block. Um, so maybe I was using detection theory without realizing it. Insurance is at best is a zero-sum game and risk transfer. It is not risk mitigation, says evolutionary. Also, fractional reserve banking always collapses, especially without federal insurance. We shouldn't have federal insurance. The government, there should be no central bank that bails out banks if they fail through FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Is that what that is? Which I think of banks, it insures banks up to a certain amount, like $100,000 per account or something like that. I don't remember what it is, but we shouldn't have that because that encourages, well, it's a violation of rights. It's coercive for one thing. That's the fundamental. People are forced via taxation to fund these bailouts, and that's wrong. And it incentivizes bad risk taking. So banks will be more likely to take risks, irrational risks they wouldn't otherwise take if they didn't have this bailout as a possibility. Um, Pooling risks creates a tragedy of the commons and moral hazard, says evolutionary. No, and if it does, it is regulatory pressures. There are no commons, says Jason. Insurance companies utilize complex algorithms to assess risk. With AI, these algorithms should be able to forecast more accurately, says PVM Corp. Premiums are invested in vertical integration into related industry can be healthy. If needed, insurance companies own the ambulance, hospital, repair shop, etc., says Jason. The fundamental here is force. So if you don't like the way insurance companies operate, evolutionary, if you think there's something wrong with them, then in a free market, you don't have to buy insurance. You can take all the risk onto yourself. But other people who do like insurance, they should be free to participate in insurance, but they shouldn't be forced to. You say insurance is a societal bad, objectively. All right, well, if you think that, then don't participate in it. But force is a societal bad, and it's an individual bad. So coercing others to participate or to not participate in it is bad. I don't know why you say it's a zero or negative sum game. The insurance company makes money off of your premiums. They make profit, and you get peace of mind by knowing that you're covered in case something happens. So you're both benefiting. It's a win-win. That's why people choose to get insurance. So I don't, both are benefiting. So I don't know why you say it's a zero or negative sum game. It's a positive game. I don't think owners in Florida pay market rates for the actual risk of hurricanes, says Jason. I think the government subsidizes them or bails them out. All right. I don't know about that, but I know the government shouldn't bail them out. If you're going to live in a risky place like hurricanes that have hurricanes, then for the government to bail you out just means other people have to bail you out, other private citizens, ultimately. And you should be responsible for your own well-being. Other people shouldn't have to bail you out. So that's the way it should work. You can buy insurance or not buy insurance and take the risk, but other people shouldn't be on the hook for bailing you out. You say value isn't subjective. I agree. Although that depends on what you mean by subjective, which we might have talked about before. Negative sum comes from moral hazard. What, you think people are engage in more risky behavior because they have insurance? But I said before that their premiums will go up. So that gives them reason not to be more risky. And life involves risk. So um, I think there's a rational amount of risk to take. And different people might have different views on how much risk is rational. Different people have different personalities, comfortability levels of risk. Some people are more risk averse. Some people are more risk prone. But you can't get rid of risk entirely and be alive. There's always some risk that is just inherent in being living. There's a risk that you could get struck by lightning, or that a meteor, an asteroid falls out of the sky and kills you, or that someone is a drunk driver on a day when you happen to be driving. So the only way to entirely remove risk from your life is to die. So, so long as you're living, there's going to be risks. The only question is how much and what kind of risks are rational for you to take, and how much insurance should you have against those risks. Looks like I got some more comments on my Facebook post. Yeah. Wow, these are some long comments. I'll have to read those later. Maybe I'll say something about insurance and risk in my title after I retitle today's stream, because I've been discussing it for a while. Moral hazard. I want to look that up. See how it's in economics, the term moral hazard refers to a situation where a party lacks the incentive to guard against a financial risk due to being protected from any potential consequences. Well, that's not the case with insurance because car insurance, for example, because there are consequences. Your premiums can go up. You can't just go crazy and expect to get into all kinds of trouble and think that you're just going to end up paying the same amount. But um, maybe you have something more like a moral hazard when you have government bailouts through something like FDIC, because the free market doesn't weed out those bankers if they make a bunch of irrational loans to people who have very low likelihood of paying them back, and then the government bails them out. Well, I think that's where you get a moral hazard. The government is taking away the penalties that that bank would suffer in a free market, and which you do suffer when you have to pay higher premiums as a result of getting into accidents. So there is a moral hazard in the case of bailouts, not so much in the case of private insurance where your premiums are adversely affected. There might be just a difference in degree here. Like maybe you would still suffer some harms even if you were bailed out. Like I guess I would more likely want to take my business to a bank that didn't need to be bailed out. So they're less likely going to get my business, but so they suffer some, but they would suffer even more if they didn't have that government bailout. Like maybe then they would just go out of business. So the penalty wouldn't merely be losing some customers like me who don't want to be customers of a bank that needed a bailout, but the penalty would be far worse than just losing some customers. They would go out of business. Life insurance offers annuities if you make it to a certain age, says Jason. I need to plug in my laptop. All right. What else? Anybody want to call in or just say hello in the chat? Or raise a new topic? I think I'm going to start posting clips for my live streams after I get this David Pakman video done. And I'm hoping that will result in more viewers because when someone sees like a 3 hour or 6 hour live stream, they might think, oh, I'm not going to watch that whole thing, or it's going to take too long to find what I want. But if I chop it up into smaller pieces that are just targeted on specific topics, then people might be more likely to watch. And those videos would end up on the video section of my channel, not the live section. But I wanted all my Pakman videos to be together, like one next to the other. So I wanted to finish doing my 3 Pakman commentary videos so that they appear next to each other in the video section of my channel. And then start releasing clips from my live streams. I think there's only one clip that I actually released already. It was my discussion about a communist streamer in whose chat I participated a few months ago. I can't recall any other times I posted a clip from a live stream. But I've had ideas for many clips. Like many of my calls, I think might be good, make good segments to publish as standalone videos. So it's Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving. I hope everyone has had a good Thanksgiving weekends, holidays so far. A self-interested holiday. Anyone want to talk about their Thanksgiving or what they give thanks for? I give thanks to my subscribers and people who help me grow my channel by watching my content, participating in the chat, calling in. So thanks to all of you who are here listening or watching. chatting, calling. That's who I give thanks to this year. I've never done a special Thanksgiving video. So this is the closest I've come to doing that. My spontaneous live shout out of all the people who participate on my channel. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see how I'm doing on subscribers. 969 right now. That's where it was when I started the show. Anyone want to subscribe who's not subscribed? I saw my recent analytics showed almost half of my viewers were not subscribed. So maybe some of those viewers are watching now. And if you are one of my first 1,000 subscribers, you can get a free super chat as long as you're publicly subscribed. So I can verify that you're a subscriber. Once I start taking super chats, which will probably be in January. So if I continue on my pattern of one show every 5 days, I'll do about 5 or 6 more shows before then. Thanks for the likes. I see it just went up. All right, so what do you all want to talk about? Throw me a topic. Ask a question. I could take a poll of the chat. I don't know about what, though. What should I take a poll on? I could ask how many people who are here now are subscribers. I haven't done a poll in a while. And this is anonymous. So I only see the number of votes. I don't see who is answering what. I don't know who's answering what. All right. I have now posted the poll. Jason said he's heading to the store after the poll. All right. So far, I've got 2 yeses, 1 no, 3 votes. But it says there are 7 people watching. I don't know if that includes me. If it does, then there's at least 6 people aside from me. Now it says 8, so at least 7 people. So if everyone answers who's here now, I would get 7 votes. Right now, there's only 3 votes. Okay, now there's 4 votes. 3 yeses, 1 no. See some hearts coming up here. Thanks for the hearts. Lots of hearts. Well, thanks to the three of you who said you are subscribers. For the no person, I wonder why you're not a subscriber. It could be that you're just completely new to my channel and you don't know whether you want to be a subscriber yet. And you want to check out my content some more. Or maybe you're already familiar with my content and you don't like what I stand for, so you don't want to support my channel. That could be another reason. I'm curious what your reason is, because I want to convert non-subscribers into subscribers, if possible. So if I know what your reason is, then I can address it, maybe, if it's a certain kind of reason. There might be some things that I can't address, like if you say, I'm a diehard socialist, and the only way you're going to get me as a subscriber is to start promoting socialism. Well, then there's nothing I can do, because I'm not gonna change my views to socialism, to be pro-socialism, just to get you as a subscriber. And of course, I would probably lose a bunch of subscribers. I might gain you, but then I lose probably almost all of my other subscribers. So it would be a net major loss. So there's some people who there's nothing I can do, nothing I would be willing to do, at least, in order to get them as subscribers. But maybe there are some people for whom there is something I could make a change I would be willing to make in order to get them as subscribers. So I got another no vote. Now it's 60-40. So do any of you no voters want to provide your reason? Maybe you want to be anonymous. Maybe that'll be my next poll question. Something about how can I convert non-subscribers to subscribers? Last show was very good for subscribers. I picked up 6 new subscribers in one show, but part of the reason was because a couple people said they were going to subscribe on multiple accounts. So they had more than one YouTube account and they subscribed on more than just one YouTube account. I want genuine subscribers. I don't want fake bot subscribers. And they weren't fakes. I mean, they might actually use multiple accounts. Um, so if you're not a subscriber, because that could be, I guess that's either, it's probably because you, at least partly because you don't agree with my position. And if you're totally new, then you probably don't agree. Um, like if I were totally new to Ayn Rand, it's not like I would have independently on my own come up with her ideas. So there's probably some amount of disagreement. But if there is, then I would be interested to know what your disagreement is, or disagreements, plural. Maybe you have many. And then we could talk about those. And that would help provide content for the show. It'll give me something to talk about. So and maybe it'd be more interesting to you. Why not talk about what your issues are? What issues do you have with objectivism? Where do you disagree? Now, evolutionary, he disagrees with a lot of things, and he tells me about them in the chat. Um, but that doesn't just because he disagrees, that doesn't necessarily mean he's not subscribed. But I know sometimes people they disagree, yet they still subscribe. I don't know how long I'm going to keep this poll up. Jason said he's going to go to the store after the poll because these sometimes, like, what if I leave this up for an hour to allow people to keep voting? Because new people come by all throughout the show. So, I don't know how long I'm going to leave this poll up. I do want to see how many people have come by the show, though. All right. We just got another vote for, is it for yes? It must have been because the yes went up from 60 to 67. So I guess it's now 4 votes for yes, 2 votes for no. All right, Baba is back in the chat. Now you're the one who I think is um, you're the one who I think might be a sock puppet. So I'm hesitant to engage with you. I asked you to call in to show me that you're not a sock puppet. Hmm. So I think I might just not answer until I have a better idea about your identity. I'm holding my answers hostage. All right, anyone else want to raise a topic? I could go back to my Facebook post, or I could go to X and do some X replies like I've done in the past in real time. Maybe I'll do that. I don't want to end the show right now. I don't feel like I need to. I could also take a break, and maybe I will, but I'm not sure I want to do that right now. All right, well, I guess I will go to I'll go on X and look for some posts to reply to. But I want to give you all priority. So if you're here in the chat and you want to discuss something, I'd rather engage with you, unless I think you might be a sock puppet. So um, please do engage in the chat. And if I see some new chats, I'll engage with you, or you can call in. All right. I'm looking on X now. Here's a post from Marco Rubio. He says, "It is truly a privilege to live in the greatest nation on earth under a leader who always puts God and country first. I am thankful for President Trump and the incredible work he is doing to usher in peace and prosperity. May God continue to bless him and the American people." All right, that looks really bad because Trump is terrible. And he is Rubio. I guess I'll share this. Rubio is tweeting this Department of State post that says, "This Thanksgiving, we're grateful for President Trump. Because of his bold and visionary leadership, our nation commands respect on the world stage." All right. I guess I'll say something to Rubio. Trump is awful. He is making this country worse. He's a liar. We need a leader who is opposed to Trump, strongly opposed. A leader who cares about the truth. All right, well, there's a lot more I could say, but maybe I'll just leave it at that for now. Okay. Oh, I got another vote. 7 votes now. Another yes vote. 5 yeses, 2 nos. See, the votes keep trickling in. So if Jason waits for the poll to end, he might never make it to the store. Here's a post from JD Vance. Okay, I don't know if I want to reply to that one. Here's one from Ted Cruz. All right, I think I actually will take a break now for, I don't know, maybe 10-ish minutes, something like that. And then maybe I'll do more X replies when I get back. Unless there are some chats to engage with. So I encourage you to keep chatting. But let me change my name here on Zoom. It's now 5:03. So if I say I'll be back by 5:15 Pacific, that'll be about 10 minutes. I don't know if I have enough characters to make this fit. I'll find out in a second. Oh, looks like maybe it did. Oh, I have to turn off my camera to test this. Oh, you can't see the Pacific part. So if I erase the on break, all right, maybe that'll all fit now. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. And I will put that also in the chat on YouTube. Okay, so I'm going to turn off my mic and hope to see some of you on the other side of the break. All right, bye for now. I am back. Took me a little longer than I thought, but I did have the tilde next to 5:15 p.m., so it wasn't exactly 5:15. All right, now I just need to change my AirPod because the one I had was running out of batteries. Okay. All right, are there any new chats? Same Baba who has not called in yet. Well, I don't know for certain that you're a sock puppet, but I just think you might be, and I asked you to call in to show me whether you're not a sock puppet, and you haven't called in. So why not? Because if you're the person who I think you might be, I will recognize your voice, and you can prove to me that you're not that person by calling in, so I can hear your voice. Oh, there's another vote on my poll. Okay, so 6 yeses to the question, are you a subscriber to my channel? And 6 yeses, 2 nos. You say you're not calling in because you don't feel like it, but move on if you don't want to engage. Why don't you feel like it? See, that's a way for a person to conceal their identity. It's not that I don't want to engage at all. It's just that I don't want to engage with people who have been rude. And you can show me you're not the person who I think you might be if you call in. So why not do it? You don't even have to call my main number. I can give you my Google Voice number, and you can just leave a voicemail. So that it raises suspicion because this person has repeatedly, well, I mean, I've been getting many people who I think are sock puppets, and they never want to call in. Why is that? Why wouldn't they want to call in unless they were hiding something? Is it they all just don't feel like it? That's kind of strange. Is there any reason you don't feel like it? So it adds to the suspicion if you're not willing to call in. All right, so you got some more people who've come back after the break. Thanks for being here. So I was gonna go to X and do some replies in real time since I don't have any people engaging with chat other than this person who I think might be a sock puppet, yet who won't call in because he doesn't feel like it for some unspecified reason. But if someone else wants to engage in the chat, I'll engage with you. But so that I have something to do here in the meantime, I'm just gonna go back to X. Oh, I guess should I close that poll? Maybe I should close that poll and start a new poll. Yeah, I think I'll do that. All right, now you can see the results in the chat. I was thinking of doing a new poll, something about how I can convert non-subscribers to subscribers. I don't know how to ask the question though, because I can only yes and no have to be two of the options. Those are just by default given in the way YouTube does the polls. So it goes yes and no, but I can add two options of my own. So I guess I could just ignore the yes and no and then ask a question that doesn't require yes. It doesn't have to be answered yes or no. So maybe I could put it like this. All right, so more evidence that this guy is likely just a troll or that he is a sock puppet, the rude person. So I think now's a good time to block him. He still hasn't called in, still hasn't given a reason, but he's just saying stuff that doesn't look good, which I think he often does. Eventually, at some point, he he says something that is looks block worthy. So, oh, actually, there's something I want to do first. All right, he's gone. We'll see if he comes back in a new sock guise in the next stream. And won't want to call in again. To be determined. Or maybe he'll come back in like 5 minutes after he creates a new sock puppet right now, and he'll have a totally new account, and then he'll just happen to stumble upon my channel on his first day on YouTube, and just happen to do it 5 minutes after I block someone, which just happens by coincidence to be about the time it takes him to create a new sock puppet account. Or maybe he'll wait half an hour so it seems a little less of a coincidence. Then maybe it will just be a super coincidence instead of a super duper coincidence. All right, so I was going to do a new chat, a new poll. Oh, someone just put hearts up here. Thanks for the hearts. Is that because I got rid of this guy? Oh, I forgot to change my name on my on Zoom. It still says my name is back by about 5:15 p.m. Pacific. I got to change it back to Dan Norton. In the lower left corner, you see that? All right, now it's back. All right, so new poll. Maybe he was one of the no votes. So there might only be one person to answer. All right. So I'll ask, how can I, or I'm going to put it as why, or if you aren't subscribed, can you please indicate why not? And then this is not a yes, no question, so I'm going to have to add some options here. So one option is because I'm new and don't know what your channel is about. Oh, it's too many characters. I only have. All right, let me make this shorter. I'm new and don't know what you're about. That's still too many characters. See, it tells me over here how many I have. I've got 3 too long. All right, I'll make this, don't know what you're about. That's still too long. Actually, I'll need to learn more first. Okay, that fits. All right, and then I can add one more option. YouTube gives me 2 options. So for the second option, I can just put I disagree with you. Don't want to support your channel. Now I know that's too long. Um, maybe, well, if they don't want to support me, maybe that's enough. I don't need the part about I disagree with you. So, or I could just have the part about disagreement. I can put too strongly, maybe that. All right, well, I think that's good enough. I'll just go with that. Okay. So there's a new poll, and there might not be many people to vote because this is directed towards non-subscribers, and most people who are here are subscribers. There's only one or two who voted no. There was two who voted no. I don't know if they're still here though. So I might not get any votes on this poll. That's okay. All right. But I'm going to go back to X, do some more replies, but I'm going to keep one eye on any new comments that come in because I do want to engage. I want to give priority to people who are here live and engage with them. All right. So here's a post from Ted Cruz. He says, 4 years ago, I warned that the Biden administration's lack of vetting of Afghan nationals was inviting a terror attack in our country. Tragically, two National Guardsmen nearly lost their lives yesterday because of an Afghan evacuee. Pray for their recovery. I haven't looked into this story. I just heard a tiny bit about it. So it looks like they didn't die. The two people they nearly lost their lives, but they didn't lose their lives. But that was posted yesterday, so I don't know if that's still true. But I'm not sure I have anything I want to say about this post. Here's a post from Obama. During this season, let's do what we can to give back to the communities that have given us so much. From our family to yours, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. That phrase, give back, I think that's often abused, and it implies a sort of altruistic duty, implying someone has taken something away that is not morally theirs to take. So I think I can come up with something to say about that. Oh, I was thinking, I wonder if YouTube can track people's IP addresses. Because maybe if this guy keeps coming back under different sock puppets, I can do a report to YouTube instead of just blocking him. I can report him to YouTube and say, can you look in this and see if you can track the IP address of this account and then see if it's the same account that goes along with all these other accounts that I've blocked? And maybe if they see there's a commonality, they'll be able to infer that it's the same person who keeps coming back under different sock puppet accounts. And then maybe they can block the source of it, the IP address. Okay, maybe I'll do that. I don't know if I can I report? Oh yeah, it looks like I can do a report. Maybe should I do that now or after the show? Let me just see what happens when okay, well, or maybe I can do it later in the show. But it looks like I can report this account. Maybe I'll try that. Okay, but for now, let me come back to X. All right, so here's the post I just read from Obama. During this season of giving, let's do what we can to give back to the communities that have given us so much. Okay. Like what? What have they given us? Police protection? Well, we paid for that with our taxes, right? What did the community give us that we didn't sponsor? What do you mean by community? Do you mean the government or do you just mean my neighborhood? Did my neighborhood give me something? What is meant here by communities? So can you be specific? That's what I would like to know. What do you think I have been given such that it's appropriate for me to now give back? What was I given in the first place? What does community mean? Does that mean my local neighborhood, the county, the state, the country? So maybe I'll put that in parentheses. And what was I given by my community, and which communities do you mean, such that I should now give back? And what do you want me to give back? Money, time, something else? Maybe I should add something about that. And what should I give? So it's all kind of vague, and there's no. I think that's often what happens. If you don't concretize what something, then you can just kind of make this woozy suggestion, which doesn't really make sense if you try to make it more concrete. Oh, this is a typo, I guess. I meant to say now. What was I given by my community? In which communities do you mean? Such that I should now give back, and what should I give? All right, I'll just go with that. Okay, Jason is back from the store, and a ghosty is here. Hello. He says, "Hi Dan, hope you're doing well." Same to you. Hope you're doing well. Um, it's been a while since I've seen you here. Several shows, but welcome back. You say, "Where do you live in a community? Oh dear." Yeah, I don't know what he means here by communities. The communities that have given us so much. Like if you're a welfare recipient, then I could understand maybe they should give back. If they're getting free stuff from the government, like food stamps, then maybe they should give back to the people who provided the food stamps, at least in the form of a thank you. They shouldn't thank the state for that, though, because the state didn't produce anything. They just took what others, they took from others and then gave to others. Took from some, gave to others. So some questions need to be answered here. All right, there was a post. Oh, here's one from Pete Hegseth. I think I'll reply to this one. He says, as you can now see, we have only just begun to kill narco terrorists. So I guess he has in mind these something like these boats that have been shot, bombed, destroyed. So I can say drugs should be legal. Why does he call them terrorists? Are they engaging in violent activities? If they are, would that violence go away if drugs were legalized? I can add here, it violates people's rights to make drug use illegal. Harming only oneself should not be against the law. All right. I don't know if that's a very good or eloquent reply, but I don't want to spend too much time on it, so I'm just going to go with that. Oh, I got a poll results. At least one vote. One person said, I disagree with you too strongly. And that's the reason the person is not subscribed. Okay. Well, that might be the kind of non-subscriber. There's nothing really I can do, unless I can persuade him or her. But it's not just due to a lack of knowledge. It's not that they need to learn more. It's that, but that's interesting that this is the first time I've known the reason that someone has actually said, um, oh, I guess you can't see that because I'm sharing a different, well, you can, maybe you can, actually, I don't know if you can see that, the poll while it's in progress, unless I share it. Now you can see it. See, someone shows they disagree too strongly as the reason they're not subscribed. So, but it's interesting that this person is watching me despite disagreeing strongly. So maybe it's just somebody who likes to watch people with different opinions, or they like to debate people who disagree. I don't know. I wonder why they're watching me if they disagree strongly. What are they getting out of this? Like, what value is it to this person to be here? That's what I'm curious about now. Okay, well, I'm glad I got at least a little feedback. I guess I'll keep that poll up in case anyone else wants to answer. I'd like it if this person could elaborate in the chat, but maybe they want to be anonymous, and that's all right. But I would be interested if they're willing to. I'd be interested to hear more about what their disagreement is and why why they're watching if they disagree. I guess if you like to debate, I often go on channels, or at least sometimes I go on channels where I disagree, but then I'm doing it because I want to debate with the chat or the hosts. Um, so that would be my reason for going on a channel I disagree with. But if you're not doing that, then I'm curious, what is the value for you to be here? Not trying to discourage you from being here. It's good for me if you're here. I get engagement is good. Watch time is good. I'm just curious to know. Maybe we can both get some value if I get more information. All right, but I'm going to go back to X for now since I don't have any new chats. All right, here's a post from Yaron Brook. President Trump says, this is not Yaron Brook, this is the post that Yaron Brook is quoting. It says, President Trump says the U.S. may completely cut income tax due to tariff revenue. And then to that, Yaron Brook says, Well, I'll show it on the screen. That he says this nonsense is not surprising. That people believe him is just sad. Well, I can say something in reply to this. Trump says the U.S. may completely cut income tax due to tariff revenue. I can say both taxes and tariffs are irrational and immoral. They coerce people and coercing people is wrong. People should be dealt with by reason and persuasion, not force or threats of force. Like you're going to go to jail if you don't pay your taxes, or you're going to be fined if you don't pay these tariffs. All right, going to go with that. All right, just got some kind of reaction here. Someone just gave a like to one of my posts, the one about giving back. My reply to Obama. All right, let me find a new post. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, says the Trump White House is holding the fake news accountable like never before. I'll say something to that. So if we're talking about fakery, maybe it's rich for someone in the Trump administration to be complaining about it, given Trump's lies. So, what am I going to say? Can Trump be counted on for true news. Has he stopped lying about the 2020 election being rigged? All right, maybe I'll just go with that. Something about Black Friday here. This is Black Friday at my local Walmart in North Carolina. Everything is locked behind glass. Even $5.27 headphones. No one is here. It's completely empty. When I was growing up, it was packed on Black Friday and nothing was locked up. What has happened to America? Maybe America's too soft on crime? I know in California there were laws that were soft on crime. I don't know what the status of them now is, but I think a few years ago some proposition was passed so that if you stole merchandise that was worth less than some amount, maybe it was $900, then I don't know what it was. Like it was considered a misdemeanor rather than some more serious crime. Um, but somehow or other, I think it was a soft on crime rule, which incentivized looting. There wasn't really, there wasn't as heavy a price to pay as previously. So maybe the same thing is going on in North Carolina. I don't know. So I'll put it as a question. Maybe harsher penalties for shoplifting would are needed to discourage it. now I'm thinking, is that consistent with Christianity? Like, can you be harsh on crime if you're pro-Christian? Love your enemy? Or should you be willing to turn the other cheek if you're stolen from? Give away more than you came for? Should I go into that? I could put that in a new paragraph that's a sort of different topic. So, and he's part of the Bible Belt, maybe if he's in North Carolina. Is Christianity consistent with being tough on crime? Maybe I'll put in parentheses, love thy enemy. For example. All right, I'm going to go with that. All right, there it is. Any new? I don't see any new chats. So remember, I'm here to engage with you live if you're here live. So I encourage you to engage in the chat if you want me to talk about something. And I'm just doing X replies because I don't have any new chats right now. Oh, there's a new comment from Steve Rogers on my Facebook page. I read out one of his comments earlier in the show. All right, it's kind of lengthy. I don't think I want to get into that right now. They're talking about immigration, open borders. I'm looking for a new X post to reply to. Oh, here's one from Bernie Sanders. All right, I'm sure I can come up with something for this. So I'll share this now. Just want to test something here. Okay. All right, so Bernie Sanders says Starbucks paid its new CEO $96 million for just 4 months of work. In 4 years, it has failed to sign a contract with nearly 12,000 of its union workers. This is what corporate greed is all about. I stand with Starbucks workers. Starbucks workers union escalates strike on Black Friday. I remember a few years ago, there was a big deal about Starbucks and its union. Was that when it first formed? So companies should not have to allow unions at their companies. That's a violation of the rights of the owners. If they want to allow a union, then they can, but they shouldn't be forced by the government to allow a union, or they shouldn't be forced to bargain with a union. That should be a private decision that the company makes whether to have a union. So I don't know if I want to talk about that aspect of this, that it should be voluntary, whether they have a union, or maybe something about corporate greed. I think corporations are often smeared. Um, Corporations should not, oops, don't want to forget that, should not be forced by the government to allow or bargain with unions. Forcing them violates their rights. I'm thinking about saying something about the greed here. Maybe I could say something about, is pursuing profits greedy? Is pursuing your self-interest bad? If so, why? Here's a new chat from a ghosty. He says, is it true that Ayn Rand didn't engage in debates? Or isn't there material of it online? There is a statement in the first edition of the Objectivist Ethics where she says she doesn't engage in debates. I don't know if I could find that, but it's in the introduction, I believe, towards the end of the introduction to the virtue of selfishness. I think she solicits questions for the Q&A departments of the Objectivist newsletter. They had something there was a section of her newsletter called the Intellectual Ammunition Department. And it was based on questions that were sent in from her readers. Sometimes those questions would be answered. And I think in the intro to the virtue of selfishness, she says, if you have any questions, I invite you to send them in. And then she emphasizes questions, not debates. I've given up on those long ago, something like that. I forget her exact wording. And that was 1964, I believe, when The Virtue of Selfishness was published. At least public debates, I'm not aware that she engaged in any public debates. Maybe because she didn't think there were any worthy opponents. And it might just be platforming them, uh, giving them more exposure than so they would be getting more benefit from it, whereas she would not. Maybe I'm speculating here on what her reasoning might have been. Like if you're a tiny person with this very small audience, then you go on a much larger person's platform, then you as a small person will get exposure, a tremendous amount of exposure. Maybe you'll get a bunch more followers, subscribers. Whereas if you're already the big person and then you allow some very small person on your platform, you're not going to see much of a difference in your follower base. There might be other reasons to debate, even if you're not going to get a bump up in your followers, but you might just think you have better uses for your time. And yeah, so maybe that's how she saw debates. Kudababa is here. Hello. He says, I think that's true, a ghosty. I've never seen her in one. She often answered questions from an audience, but she did not do debates, to my knowledge. She did interviews, challenging interviews, like with Donahue, and he would be putting up some resistance at various times, or Mike Wallace. But they were just like challenging interviews. They weren't debates. See, somebody else voted here. I'm not sure what this means. I was sort of ignoring the yes and no options because this wasn't the yes or no question, but I don't have a way of getting rid of these options. They're just part of the YouTube's poll features. So I'm not sure what you mean here by yes. If you're just saying yes, you can please indicate why not. Okay, then maybe this is your indication. Maybe you're the person. Well, I guess you can't vote twice, so you couldn't have voted also for this. So maybe, yeah. So whoever chose this, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Mhm. Wonder what happens if I Google, did Ayn Rand do debates? Or ask AI. Okay, well, I just Googled did Ayn Rand do debates, and the AI overview says yes, Ayn Rand participated in debates, though she primarily engaged in them through public lectures and discussions within her intellectual circle, rather than formal structured debates with adversaries. She frequently spoke and applied her philosophy of objectivism at events like the Ford Hall Forum, and her ideas were debated by others within the objectivist movement and the public. Yeah, I think she would get challenging questions at the Ford Hall Forum, but again, that's more of a Q&A format than a debate. Lying AI, LOL, says Kudababa. Oh, okay, I see what it means. I'm ending the poll now. And looking on X for another post to reply to. After my Bernie Sanders post. Now here's one related to immigration. Oh, I'm gonna think of something to say to this. Okay, let me share this one. Representative Mary Miller from Illinois says Democrats. She's a Republican. Democrats flooded our country with millions of foreign nationals and pretend it has no impact on housing, wages, crime, or job opportunities. Americans feel it every single day because it's real. Mass deportations must and will continue. Democrats flooded the country. Flooded. Did they only flood the country during Democratic administrations? Or did they also come in during Republican administrations? If they came in during both, then you can't really blame it on Democrats. Not that it should be something that you're blamed for, because that implies it's a bad thing if they come in the country. Um, I think the problem is the laws are too restrictive. We have far too few immigrants coming in legally, and I think that's because the laws make it too hard or impossible to come in legally. There's a cap, there's a limit of 675,000 people per year. I talked about that earlier in the stream. One of the first things. We have a quota. And there's no reason, I think, to have that quota. And the impact on housing, wages, crime, job opportunities. What is the impact? Could it be good? Like maybe if you have cheap immigrant labor to build housing, then the supply of housing will increase and the price will decrease. And maybe they will bid down the cost of wages. Or there might be some jobs that only immigrants are willing to do, like pick strawberries. There might be some jobs which, like agricultural jobs, which you just can't find Americans to do, at least in the numbers that farmers would like them. Uh, but even if they do bid down the prices of wages in industries where there are Americans to compete, there's no right to a certain wage. As for crime, I've heard that immigrants are actually less likely to commit crimes on average. And maybe that's also true of illegal immigrants, even more so. I think I heard that or read that somewhere. And given that they might be deported if they're caught, that could give them added incentive to not commit crimes. If they do something like shoplift, the penalty is not just a little jail time or a fine, but they could be kicked out of the country uh, if they're found out to not be legal immigrants. So you might think that illegal immigrants have a very strong incentive not to commit crimes. Even stronger than uh, people normally should have. So what am I going to say to all this? She wants mass deportations. There is no right to be free from competition with immigrants. That addresses the wages part and the job opportunities. I don't know if I should also try to say something relevant to housing or crime. If cheap, maybe housing prices will go down if cheap cheap immigrant labor can be used to build them. As for crime, I've heard immigrants, including illegal ones, are statistically less likely to be criminals. Some people might say, oh, well, they're already criminals if they're illegally here. But I think there's a distinction between civil infractions and criminal ones. And I think being here illegally has in the past, I don't know if it still is, but has in the past been considered a civil infraction rather than a crime. Um, But in any case, if it's a crime, it's like the crime of doing drugs. It's something that shouldn't be a crime, right? Because they're not initiating force against anyone by being here, just like someone who uses drugs illegally is not initiating force against anyone. So um, if that's a crime, it shouldn't be one. So they're not violent criminals, and so they shouldn't be criminals at all if there's no violence involved or nothing that overrides the voluntary choices of others. Well, I can get into that more if you want, but I just wanted to say a little about that. Okay. All right, I see a few more chats. Did you have a good Thanksgiving, Dan? Lots of good food? It was a pretty normal day for me. I didn't really do any distinctively Thanksgiving activities. I did a lot of reading. That was the main thing I did. I was reading about immigration, the history of immigration laws. I talked about that early in the stream, like the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the Immigration Act of 1924 and the Emergency Quota Act of 1920 or 21. How about you? Did you have a nice Thanksgiving? I did have good food. Not a turkey, but Leighton Preon says the problem is that the laws are lenient on crime, so crime gets out of control. Just enforce the law. Does that relate to the soft on crime post on X that I made a while ago? That was from 10 minutes ago. That post from Preon. To be frank, debates are often biased towards showmanship, rhetoric, etc. I really enjoyed Rand's radio appearances, like the Michael R. Jackson interview. He says, "Yes, thanks. I had a very nice meal for Thanksgiving at a friend's home. Turkey and all that. Delicious. Nice." There's a scene from Atlas Shrugged on Thanksgiving. Some of you might be in countries that don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I don't know if that's celebrated anywhere in Europe. I think some of you might be in Europe. Never understood how they came up with the total numbers of illegal border crossings on any given day or in any given month. Who was counting how? Maybe they have sensors, drones to detect people. But I don't know. I'm guessing. For the people they don't detect, like, or who they don't arrest. They commit a crime by crossing illegally. So clearly that's not an issue for them, I think. Okay, so that's the one I addressed a few minutes ago. Maybe it's more properly regarded as a civil infraction than a crime. I'm not sure what the definition of those are. Crime versus, maybe I should look that up. What is the difference between a crime and civil infraction? And is, and which one is illegally immigrating? All right. I just Googled that. A civil infraction is a non-criminal violation, typically resulting in penalties like fines, while a crime is a more serious offense that can lead to jail or prison time. Under U.S. federal immigration law, being in the country without authorization is a civil offense, meaning the penalty is deportation or removal, not criminal punishment. However, specific immigration-related actions, such as re-entering the country after being removed, can be criminal offenses with criminal penalties. And Kudababa just says, according to an AI I just checked, illegal crossing is a federal crime in addition to being a civil violation. All right, that sounds a little different than the AI I just read. I was looking at Google's AI. Augusti says, no Thanksgiving in Europe. Not even sure what it is exactly. I'm not sure what it is either. There was I think there was a dinner between the Pilgrims in America in Massachusetts. Actually, there was also a Thanksgiving in Virginia. The early colonists and the Indians were part of it, I think, at least in the Massachusetts case. And maybe they were giving thanks to God for the harvests. Uh, we could look it up on AI since we're in the AI mode now. Two AIs said different things. I'm shocked, says Kudababa. All right, let's get an AI, at least one version of AI on Thanksgiving. Well, maybe Wikipedia popped up. A national holiday celebrated on various dates in October and November in the U.S., Canada, St. Lucia, Liberia, and unofficially in countries like Germany. It is also observed in the Australian territory of Norfolk Islands. It began as a day of giving thanks for the blessings of the harvest and of the preceding year. Various similarly named harvest festival holidays occur throughout the world during autumn. Although Thanksgiving has historical roots in religious and cultural traditions, it has long been celebrated as a secular holiday as well. Rand says it's the producer's holiday. That's how she thought of it. You produce all this good stuff, and the lavish meal you have on Thanksgiving is a it's a sign of productivity. I'll look it up on the lexicon. See if there's an entry for Thanksgiving. Oh, I didn't mean to put that in the chat. I just meant to do a Google search on it. Okay. Here it is. Thanksgiving is a typically American holiday in spite of its religious form, giving thanks to God for a good harvest. Its essential secular meaning is a celebration of successful production. It is a producer's holiday. The lavish meal is a symbol of the fact that abundant consumption is the result and reward of production. Abundance is or was and ought to be America's pride, just as it is the pride of American parents that their children need never know starvation. From her essay, Cashing In on Hunger, in the Ayn Rand letter. This is the old version of the Ayn Rand lexicon. There's another version on Ayn Rand Campus, which is what I usually go to. Let me just pull that up in case I want to go back to the lexicon. Here it is. Part of the new or the newer website of the Ayn Rand Institute. So here's that entry. She also has a entry on Christmas. I can get rid of this chat now. Celebrating abundance sounds indeed very proper, says Agosti. Yeah. Christmas also has a secular meaning for Rand. She likes Christmas. Where did my lexicon go? Oh, I think you still see it. Yeah, I think. In answer to the question of whether it is appropriate for an atheist to celebrate Christmas, yes, of course. A national holiday in this country cannot have an exclusively religious meaning. The secular meaning of the Christmas holiday, is wider than the tenets of any particular religion. It is goodwill toward men, a frame of mind which is not the exclusive property, though it is supposed to be part, but is largely unobserved part of the Christian religion. The charming aspect of Christmas is the fact that it expresses goodwill in a cheerful, happy, benevolent, non-sacrificial way. One says, Merry Christmas, not weep and repent. And the goodwill is expressed in a material, earthly form by giving presents to one's friends or by sending them cards in token remembrance. The best aspect of Christmas is the aspect usually decried by the mystics, the fact that Christmas has been commercialized. The gift buying stimulates an enormous outpouring of ingenuity in the creation of products devoted to a single purpose, to give men pleasure. And the street decorations put up by department stores and other institutions, the Christmas trees, the winking lights, the glittering colors, provide the city with a spectacular display which only commercial greed could afford to give us. One would have to be terribly depressed to resist the wonderful gaiety of that spectacle. Hear, hear. Kudababa says, I tried to carry on with the idea of a secular Christmas for several years, but gave up about 10 years ago, mainly because it has Christ right there in the name. Can't get past that. I read that the Christians took over the holiday from the pagans. Maybe it was Leonard Peikoff who wrote about this. He has an article titled Why Christmas Should Be More Commercial. And he says the pagans had a festival every year which the Christians couldn't stamp out. And so they just took it over for themselves and said that it was the birth date of Jesus, and that's what they were celebrating. But originally it was a pagan festival, according to what I remember from Leonard Peikoff's article. I'm oh, here's that article. It's on Leonard Peikoff's website. I think that shows up now. Historically, people have always celebrated the winter solstice. It's usually December 20th or 21st, around there, as the time when the days begin to lengthen, indicating the Earth's return to life. Ancient Romans feasted and reveled during the festival of Saturnalia. Early Christians condemned these Roman celebrations. They were waiting for the end of the world and had only scorn for earthly pleasures. By the 4th century, the pagans were worshiping the god of the sun on December 25th, and the Christians came to a decision. If you can't stop them, join them. They claimed, contrary to known fact, that the date was Jesus' birthday and usurped the solstice holiday for their church. Yeah, so this is where I remember learning about that from. Even after the Christians stole Christmas, they were ambivalent about it. So I'll put this link in the chat in case you want to read. I don't want to read the whole thing now, but um, if you want to read it there, there's the link. Let's pick another date and call it Goodwill Day or something, says Kudababa. Rand's birthday. Maybe. Well, maybe that deserves a holiday on its own. which Harry Binswanger has given the name Rand's Day, February 2nd. Taking a look at some analytics right now. All right, so what else? I started streaming at 1 p.m. my time, so that was 6 hours ago, almost. Should I go back to X, or is there any topic that you want to raise? Kudababa says, cool, then Rand's Day should be a day for exchanging gifts with friends and loved ones, and we can dump Christmas. I like Christmas though. And it's just it's the timing of it is kind of nice. It is when the days start to become longer, and it's celebrated widely throughout the country. So there aren't many there aren't that many objectivists. So you're not going to have the wide scale celebrations like you get for Christmas. But it's nice to be able to see those celebrations all over the place for Christmas. Why not have both? Rand's Day and Christmas, or Xmas. You can call it Xmas if you don't like the Christ part. Or you can call it Paganmas or Saturnalia. You can call it Saturnalia. Go back to the Roman name. Holden is here. Hello. Holden has called in a few times. In the last one, we talked about Bruce Goldberg's article, at least partly that. He was researching a footnote in a book by Hans Hermann Hoppe, and that led him to an article by Bruce Goldberg, which we talked about. And I think you were reading a book by Walter Block. Or maybe multiple books. He says, I will call in next time to talk about We the Living. Oh, okay. So you've read it now? You're about to go to bed now, though. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do another stream in 5 days. That would be Wednesday. Okay, well, thanks for dropping by. I haven't read We the Living in a long time. and I only read it once. So I don't know it as well as I know the other novels. You say you finished Dr. Block's books and you just started reading We the Living. Okay. It's a shorter novel, so um, maybe it's only about half the length of The Fountainhead. So it might not take you as long to read it. Okay. Well, anyone else want to raise a topic in the next few minutes? Otherwise, I think I might end the stream. Or call in. You can also call in. I don't know if I can do a long call at this point, but I could at least do a short call. It's now 7 p.m. my time. I'll give it until 7:01 to see if there's anything else that pops up in the chat. Fifteen seconds. I tried Xmas and Giftsmas for a while, says Kudababa. Alternative names. Okay. Holden says, anyway, good to see you streaming. Look forward to talking soon. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for coming by. And thanks everyone for coming by. Kudababa says good night. Good night to you as well. Good night to everyone. I appreciate you being here. Thanks to the chatters. Thanks to Linda for calling in, Linda Cordair, who works at the Quint Cordair Art Gallery. She called in and we discussed her experience with the state of California trying to keep her business open during COVID. So I was glad to have her call in about that. All right, so I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for any shares, subscribes, comments, and maybe I'll see you in another 5 days. Sometimes I don't stick exactly to that schedule, but I can say I think there's at least a good chance that I'll do another stream in about 5 days. Wednesday. A Ghosty says, thanks for the stream. See you next time. All right. Thanks to you for being here. All right, I'm going to time this right so that there's not a lot of blank space after I hit the end button. All right. Adios. Have a good weekend.